the 1 in 4 voters that are voting for minor parties, and look, it could end up being more this year because it's becoming more and more prevalent. But if they vote one above the line, because that's formal and their vote exhausts, that's their choice. That's what you said. It's up to the voter if they want to vote for a minor party. That's their choice. But then you point out that 97% of voters are voting one above the line. They've been doing that for 32 years. So you put a savings provision in. So what I'm taking out of that is if somebody votes for a minor party and that vote becomes informal, that's fine, because they're going to vote one above the line, it's going to exhaust, that's fine, and it's up to them to make sure they vote 6. But so anything below 6 for those 1 in 4 people who vote for a minor party is not acceptable. But you put a savings provision in for those who are so used to going in and voting one above the line for you. So what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. This makes absolutely no sense. Am I reading that wrong, Minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you are reading this wrong, with due respect. As I've indicated to the Chamber before, and as Senator Xenophon very accurately indicated to the Chamber too, the other jurisdiction where a similar system exists, and as Mr Green indicated in his evidence to the committee, the ACT has an arrangement where in the Legislative Assembly here guidance is provided to voters to number at least 7 boxes or whatever it might be in a relevant electorate. And the experience is that all but 2% of voters follow that guidance and fill in the recommended number of boxes. So we don't actually believe that the circumstance that you're predicting will occur, which is why previously during this debate I said that the assertions that Senator Wong and Senator Conroy and others have made from the Labor Party about the level of exhaustion and the level of informals is not an accurate prediction of what is likely to happen. And indeed, when nobody can. And the thing is that so Senator Conroy mentions New South Wales again. Can I have that hands up, please, again? And I mean, and of course, what Senator Conroy, in verballing Anthony Green, what Senator Conroy fails to tell the Senate is that the instruction on the ballot paper in New South Wales is to just vote one, and then beyond that, do anything you want. I mean, if you have an instruction on the ballot paper, and I'm for the benefit of Senator Conroy, who's been verballing Mr Green on several occasions now, I'll read it into the Hansard again. So here he says, I'm quoting him, I should say in relation to that, and that is New South Wales ballot papers say, and I'm quoting, just vote one. If you want to, you may go on and do something else. That is not what will be printed on the Senate ballot papers. On the Senate ballot papers, it will say that to vote above the line, number at least 6 of these boxes in the order of your choice, with number 1 as your first choice. So it is a completely different proposition. The proposition that we're putting forward in the context of the Senate ballot paper is much more aligned with the system that currently exists in the ACT Legislative Assembly. It's got nothing in common whatsoever with the system that currently is in place in New South Wales, and that is why the comparison that Senator Conroy has been seeking to make, and the comparison that Mr Green did not make, never made, despite what Senator Conroy asserted during the debate today, is very different.
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. You seem very, very confident that the guidance, the way the ticket's written, people are going to understand what's going on, even though after 32 years people are struggling with this. But well, that's great. I'm interested then why it's 1 to 6 below the line, because it seems you don't have faith through to count to 12. But anyway, I'm very glad that you're very confident that the guidance is going to work, and you have so much faith in the Australian people. Why don't you have a sunset clause in the savings provision? If you're so confident in the Australian people, why don't you have a sunset clause in the savings provisions?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I don't really understand that question. I mean, the savings provision is a very sensible thing to do, because we ought to err on the side of the franchise, and we ought to err on the side of including as many votes as possible to ensure that the result at the election, truly reflects the intent of the Australian people. I do have great confidence. in the Australian people, though, which is why I think it's important that we empower them to determine what happens to their preferences. I don't have the same level of confidence in political parties' backroom operators, because I mean, when I see the sort of gaming that's been going on, where office bearers of one party set up several other parties with the same members and the same office bearers negotiating with themselves preference flows after they sought to harvest them through various harvesting strategies. I mean, that is not the way. That is not the way a proper democratic system works. That is not the way our electoral system for the Senate should work, and that is why we quite openly and transparently have put forward the reforms that we've put forward. And obviously, the result of the next election will be entirely a matter for the Australian people. It will depend on, if you, Senator Muir, are able to convince a sufficient number of the Australians, a sufficient number of Victorians to support you or to preference you in relation to those who are able to distribute who will see their preferences distributed, then you will be successful. And the same applies to the rest of us.
The question is. Sorry, I couldn't see for Senator Wong, Senator. It's all right, Senator Wong.
That's all right, Chair. I was struggling to see you.
Go ahead, Senator Muir.
The reason I mentioned the sunset is because the minister was very confident that the Australian people would understand how this works, and considering one's supposed to be informal, although it's become formal, which really does raise a question around Section 329, was because it's supposed to be a savings provision, not a permanent provision where you can go one above the line forever. A savings provision so that if you do what you've been doing for the last 32 years, for maybe an election or two, that's what I take savings as, that would be allowed. But the rules which have been changed says 6 minimum. So we should be encouraging people and educating people, and I would have thought that the AEC would have a massive educational campaign in place, ready to go, ready for these reform, if that was the case. But again, the political backroom operators, political backroom operators, you mentioned in your answer to that, it will remove, this change will remove parties being able to preference each other, even if they've got a very close alliance. And that's fine, you're saying that's what it's all about, but it doesn't actually remove political backroom operators. It actually allows factional tensions within parties to continue. Why then hasn't the government considered Robson rotation if they're that concerned about removing political backroom operators?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I assume that Senator Muir here is referring to the ordering of candidates by political parties as presented on the ballot paper. The ordering of candidates on the Senate ballot paper is transparently put before the voter, and the voter can make a choice. The voter can either accept the ordering by the political party of their choice, which they don't have to go and find in the IEC on some internet register, and which could be directing. Well, okay. Well, let's call it the IEC website, where political parties can register 3 different group voting tickets, directing preferences below the line in 3 different directions for more than 100 candidates. What we're talking about here is very transparently on the ballot paper, when people vote above the line for the party of their choice or the parties of their choice, then obviously the ordering of candidates is very transparently in front of voters. If voters don't agree with the ordering of candidates by the political party of their choice, they can of course vote below the line. Now, Senator Muir, I mean, I understand your perspective. I understand the proposition you're putting. You're entitled to your view, of course you are. But we might have to agree to disagree, because we decided to follow the suggestion of the Labor Party. We decided to follow the suggestion of the Labor National Secretary George Wright, and I quote it again. Labor's preferred position would also see a requirement that ballot paper instructions advocate that voters fill in a minimum number of boxes above the line, while still counting as formal any ballot paper with at least a 1 above the line. So that was what George Wright, that is what George Wright, the National Secretary of the Labor Party, put to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, according to Senator Conroy, without the knowledge of the National President of the Labor Party at the time, now Senator now Senator McAllister. Well, he now says, "Oh, without the knowledge of the national executive." I mean, the revelations about the inner workings of the Labor Party become more and more interesting. So you've got. I mean, I don't understand how the national secretary of the Labor Party still has his job. Why hasn't he had to resign? Because he has put forward the exact reform proposal to Senate voting arrangements, which the government is giving effect to. And here is Senator Conroy saying that Mr. George Wright, the National Secretary of the Labor Party, put this proposal on the table to a committee of the Parliament without telling his president, without telling his national executive, on a frolic of his own. How come he hasn't been sacked, given what a strong position you have taken against this reform? I mean, please explain that to me. How can he continue to have the confidence of the national executive of the Labor Party if on such an important issue, an issue that you think is so important that you're running a 27-hour filibuster? I mean, you think that this is so important, you're running a 27-hour filibuster, but you're not actually applying a sanction to the National Secretary of the Labor Party, who actually was at the beginning, of this precise way that we have framed the way that we would recommend that people should be able to vote when voting for the Senate above the line.
Senator Conroy.
Thank you. Thank you. No, he's going to help you get the sack. So I wanted to cite an article. In The Guardian this week that goes to the heart of this issue, and it's written by someone I've never met. Van Badham is her surname. It doesn't put her first name on it, so I can't tell you her first name. Okay. So she talks about after the election of 2013, the Greens lost the Senate balance of power to a diverse group of minor and micro-party senators. The government needs 6 of the 8 to pass the legislation without Labor or the Greens. Now, initially believed to represent the Conservative side of politics, all 8 in various capacities have since committed the politically unforgivable sin of not only thinking for themselves but voting that way, frustrating coalition attempts to legislate policy priorities like the May 2014 budget ever since. And she then goes on to describe why those opposite would want to gut the crossbench. But she also then has a discussion about the motivation of other parties and individuals in the chamber. And she says, the Greens have been advocating Senate voting changes since 2004, when they were denied a coveted Victorian Senate seat, losing to Family First Stephen Fielding, when voter preferences flowed against them. It's a flow that originally gave them seats in the Senate when Western Australian Greens founder Joe Valentine got elected on a nuclear disarmament party ticket and built the Greens from there. With their balance of power lost, it's now a tap they'd like to turn off. With the Libs and Xenophon, apologies, I'm quoting directly from the article,
Fair enough.
they've agreed to disable the mechanism that allows preferences to be redistributed amongst parties with a low primary vote. And she goes on to make the very, very important point. Australia is poised to erode one of the most powerfully enfranchised electorates in the world. And she makes the point we're losing it without a sophisticated political discussion, because all we get from those in that corner, all we get from those over there is a 3- or 4-line slogan. A slogan. Tony Abbott would be proud of you for your sloganeering to this issue. Sloganeering. My apologies. My apologies. So she then gives a brief guide to how Senate voting actually works. So it says each state selects 6 senators, they achieve a quota. She describes the ballot paper. If you choose to vote below the line, you number every single box of every single candidate of every single party in the order you wish them to be elected. If you choose to vote above the line, you mark a 1 next to your chosen party's name, thereby delegating them to assign all of the preferences for you. The parties register these with the Australian Electoral Commission pre-election, and the vast majority of Australians vote above the line. I would like to make a point for those senators who haven't always voted for that long here in Australia, that it is a simple matter to ask at any polling booth you'd like to see, you ask the electoral official. If you walk in and you don't know how the how to vote card is because you haven't had a chance or you haven't been interested up until that moment, you can ask for a copy. You can actually ask for the copy at a polling booth, every single polling booth. Every single slogan. Let's have some facts. Let's have some facts, not your slogans. You are a proud Abbott warrior. You are a proud Abbott warrior. So let's not pretend some obscure website's the only place you can find them. You can go to the Australian Electoral Commission, or you can ask to see it at a polling station. But if you choose to vote below the line, as I said, you've got to order them. But the Greens insist that it's to offer voters more control over their preferences, that they will end party preference registration, and the bill recommends that voters themselves number a 1 or at least 6 in the boxes above the line, creating a far shorter list of destinations for preferences. I don't know, why is it okay to pass votes 6 times and not 7 or 8 or 9? Where's the magic number about 6? Can anyone give me a rational explanation why it's okay to pass votes 6 times? Why don't you tell them to vote 12? Tell them to vote 20? Because what you're really about is introducing first-past-the-post voting. First-past-the-post voting. That's exactly. But here's what Van Batten says. Voter control is a disingenuous argument given the option of below-the-line voting is already offered. Is already offered to every voter. Already offered to every voter. It goes to the heart of the sloganeering disguised as rational argument here. Australians have a choice to vote below the line. Well, then you should have just proposed, if you were genuine about this, Senator Wilson, you would have just proposed optional preferential voting below the line. But no, that's not what you wanted. You wanted to gut. You wanted to gut. You wanted to gut the crossbench. So voter control is a disingenuous argument, but it's your slogan. It's your slogan. Tony Abbott will be proud of you today.
Senator Conroy.
My apologies, I'm being harassed. But I should accept your direction and ignore the harassment. You are right, Mr. Acting Deputy President. I accept your admonishment.
Chair.
So, voter control is a disingenuous argument given the option of voting below the line is already offered to every voter, while the list of how parties have ordered their preferences are offered online and at every ballot booth, as I just said. Even so, the change looks and sounds fair unless you know anything about voting. Unless you know anything about voting. Because while everyone knows that Victoria's Australian Motoring Enthusiast Party, Senator Ricky Muir, won only a small number of number 1 votes, few people appreciate that Senator Michaela Cash from the Liberals received even less. She must be a bigger disgrace than Senator Muir, according to the Prime Minister. She must be a bigger disgrace. And yet, under the Greens' proposed changes, her re-election will be near guaranteed, while his will not. What a fair reform that is. What a fair reform that is. Your hypocrisy is exposed by this article. The first task, no, she's actually just explaining the facts. The facts. The first task of a ballot count is to establish which of the candidates have met the 14.3% quota. It's easily reached by the popular major parties. What people don't know is that when a candidate goes over quota, the number of votes that go over quota are redistributed at a percentage of where their number 2 preferences are going. And I would put to you, if you were to ask almost anyone, even in this chamber, no one can actually even explain to you how the preferences pass on and at what value. Oh my goodness, if it wasn't so serious, you'd get rid of this system and call it for what it is, first past the post voting. First past the post voting is what you're introducing. You know it, you're embarrassed about it, you can't utter the words. You are embarrassed and can't utter the words. You are embarrassed and can't even admit the truth. You know you're misleading the Australian public with your slogan.
Senator,
you stick to creating pop-up parties.
Order. Senator
I apologise. I'm being harassed and I should be
I
ignoring
haven't finished, Senator.
I should be ignoring them. You are right,
Order.
Mr. Acting Deputy Chair.
Senator Seselja, order, please. Order.
She might write other fiction, but she's
Order.
got right here.
I'm speaking. Order on my right. Senator Conroy, please refer your comments to the chair and disregard those interjections, which are
my apologies
as well.
Mr. Acting Deputy
Senator
Chair.
Wong.
You know, I know that Senator Conroy, I'm sure, is quite able to take care of himself.
Very able.
But the interjections are very consistent.
Yes.
So maybe if we could just at least make them, you know, and now they're going to applaud. I mean, at least maybe have a space in between them. How about that? How about that? Why don't you just give him, you know, maybe 1 second, 5 seconds, something like that, Chair.
Senator Wong, you make a very good point. Order, Senator Whish-Wilson. Interjections are disorderly no matter where they come from, so I ask for a little bit of shushness in the chamber, please, while Senator Conroy proceeds.
I have no idea what else you write. But I'll tell you what, she's actually done more research than you have on this topic. She's done more research than you have, and certainly the minister responsible, who didn't even know, I told you I've never heard of her before, okay? But she knows more about the voting system than the minister, who didn't even know you could get the preferences at the ballot box. You could actually get them. He didn't even know it. He's in here telling us about the system and how terrible it is, and he didn't even know. He didn't even know you can get them at the polling booth. Didn't even know it. Giving us a lecture about the voting system. Didn't even know that. So this writer has done more research than the minister and you, Senators Seselja, but I should be following your advice, Mr. Acting Deputy Chair. You are right again. I could read your mind then. I could read your mind. So this mechanism will remain with the Greens' changes. What the Greens are removing is what happens to the micro-parties that do not automatically reach a quota. Their primary votes are individually small, but combined are around, she has 20%. The discussion's been mainly around 24%, so she's 4% out, which is a hell of a lot closer than you've been most of the day. So when a quota isn't met by any candidate, but there are senators to elect, the counters start going through the smallest pile of votes, they are declared excluded and their votes are redistributed at full value to whoever is second on each individual ballot paper until a quota is reached. So while it's true, she writes, that Ricky Muir got only 0.51% of a quota in primaries, no less than 23 minor parties, and you know a bit about those, Senator Rhiannon, Senator Lee, pop-up party Rhiannon, no less than 23 directed preferences to him, as they were excluded. He stayed in.
Order. Senator Conroy, I'll ask you to address those people in this place.
My apologies.
By their correct title, thank you.
So yes,
The standards
he's biting his tongue while he does it, though. Be fair to him. Now, yes, the micro-parties swap preferences amongst themselves. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? The question she asked. But the effect of the Greens' changes means that by choosing fewer parties to preference, votes exhaust and preferences cease to circulate. If you only vote for 1 or 6 minor parties above the line and all are excluded, your vote will not count at all towards electing a senator. That is exactly correct. That is exactly what you are proposing. Exhausting vote. Oh, I know. Go on, tell Senator Muir he's a disgrace. Go on, tell him. Tell the voters that elected him they're disgraced too.
You're talking to me, Senator Conroy.
My apologies. I'm sorry. I was being heavily provoked again, Mr. Acting Deputy Chair. So power, she writes, as a result gets consolidated amongst the groups who already have influence. And this is what the Greens are banking on. On sheer force of primaries and transfer value alone, they are more likely to stay in the race to win the final Senate position. And obviously the political strategists of the bigger parties also know that if they direct voters to mark only one above the line, there will be even less preferences in circulation. That is exactly right. First past the post, Senator Cameron. But let's be clear. We've seen the flirting going on this week. We've seen the flirting for the last few weeks between Mr Mr Michael Kroger and Senator Di Natale. He's even been forced to say they're not really the nutters they used to be. He needs to get out more. He needs to get out more because he'd quickly discover he's wrong. He'd quickly discover he's wrong. But when it comes to hypocrisy, I want to make something very, very clear. Well, Senator Di Natale earlier tonight was saying, we've done no deal. Let me tell you what the Greens did in the last Victorian state election. Okay? A grubby backroom deal to run split tickets in the 6 most marginal seats in Victoria. So what they did was they tried to help the Liberals get elected in the 6 most marginal seats in Victoria. And that's what they're proposing to do again. Senator Dastyari said it earlier. They're not going to preference the Liberals. They're just going to help them in a sneaky way. In a sneaky way in return for receiving their preferences in marginal seats. So that's exactly what is going on here. All this loose preference deal, all this, oh, I could see myself forming government with the Liberal Party. This lovely little flirting we've been seeing, the preening we've been seeing, it's all about one thing: more green bums on red seats.
Bottoms. We're calling it bottoms.
More green bums on red seats. And to hell with the principles of the party,
Shame.
to hell with the principles of the Greens. We just want more green bums on red seats.
Time has expired, Senator Conroy. Senator Wong.
Thank you.
Sorry, no. Sorry, Senator Wong, you get the call. You're happy with Senator Rhiannon? Senator Rhiannon, go ahead. Sorry for my error.
Thank you. Groundhog Day, courtesy of Senator Conroy. How many times do we have to go through it? How much repetition? Doesn't get more informative. And it doesn't get more informative, and it is a historic day. It's a historic day, and I'm sure you'll come back to it. Your broken record, Groundhog Day, however you want to call it. But it is a historic day. It's a historic day for Senate voting reform. And when the history of this period is written, we'll be seeing that Labor has fallen under the wrong— and I'm happy to acknowledge all your interjections. Labor has fallen on the wrong side of history here. Labor is out there effectively defending the comfort zone of Senator Conroy. His comfort zone is hanging out in the backroom deals. That's what he knows. That's what he wants to continue to maintain and defend. I mean, how could you come in here and speak against voters having the right to decide their preferences?
Order.
They do. Oh, come on.
Senator Conroy.
OK, Groundhog Day. Here he goes again. Here he goes again.
Order.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah. OK. And you know the 95—
Senator Rhiannon, resume your seat, please. Now, come on. Interjections are disorderly. Let's get a little bit out of hand, Senator Conroy. Can you please hear the senator in silence? Go ahead, Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair. So I think at this point, Senator Conroy interjected a bit of information, obviously a question mark how accurate it is, a bit of information about Victoria and Victorian elections. Now, I think it's worth contemplating what would the number 3 for Labor in the Victorian Senate election in 2010 have to say about Labor's position now? Labor's position in refusing this opportunity to get rid of group voting tickets and clean up how Senate voting reform is conducted. Now, I think the person's name was Anthony Tho, because it was the dodgy group voting ticket system that thwarted the tickets. Yes, and Senator Conroy is shocked. It's a dodgy system, but maybe one day he'll understand. Had thwarted the will of the voters when the last seat was won. Yeah, yes. And here you have a system, and yes, it resulted in Senator Madigan coming in instead of Labor, who, in all fairness, actually deserved to win. So you dispute that, do you, Senator Conroy? You dispute that in that election, he actually would be, if it had been the voters determining their preferences.
Senator Conroy.
Yeah, if it was, I acknowledge all the ridiculous comments he's made.
Order, Senator Ryan, resume your seat. Now, come on, this is getting a bit out of hand, Senator Conroy especially. Please restrict your interjections. And I'm not going to continue asking you every few minutes to do it. Please let the Speaker be heard in quiet. Continue, Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair. Because it is an incredible about-face that Labor has had on its policy on group voting tickets. Again, it's worth remembering. Like here we have, we've seen Labor in recent times in alliance with Family First, and that arrangement blew up in their face a bit. But let's come back to Labor here. Here we have. It's now just on 1 o'clock. We have a few, only a few, Labor people, and yeah, they've woken up, they've come to life again, so we're probably going to get another round of Groundhog Day. And what's going on here? Like, we've got a special Minister of State. You've airbrushed, you've had your Cold War language going on for a week. But here you have, you airbrushed former Special Minister of State Gary Gray out of history, out of the whole arrangements. You bring in a new minister. Now, could one of you actually come on the record if he has made any comment? The biggest issue that you keep telling us in Senate voting reform, but you can't come forward with any comment that he's made. So you've got a minister that's not participating in this. This whole episode that will be recorded as disgraceful for Labor when the history of this period is written, and no ministerial comment about it. It speaks volumes. It absolutely speaks volumes. And again, let's also remember, your own leader is not with you. We now know that your own leader is not with you. He's given no commitment that the legislation will be repealed. If you think it's so terrible, you've put so much effort, you're now filibustering deep into the night to try and put off any vote on this, and your own leader's not with you, your minister's not with you, the former minister's not with you, one of the person with the most outstanding record on Labor's side and probably in the whole parliament, former Senator John Faulkner, is certainly not with you. Well, I mean, I think you're the one who's closer to Martin Ferguson
Senator
these
Rhiannon,
days, not me, Doug. Not me.
Ignore the
you
interjection,
know that.
Senator
Who's
Rhiannon.
close to Martin Ferguson? So I'm happy to get the Cold War warriors. The Cold War warriors are now competing with groundhogs. So at any rate, let's just remember what the current leader, Mr. Shorten, said. In terms of what we have to do after the election, we accept the system. I know I've said it before, but these people need to be reminded of it. In terms of what we do after the election, we accept the system. If it gets changed, has been changed, we'll see how it works. Now, that doesn't instill any confidence in the tactics that have been run out of here by Senator Wong, Conroy, Cameron, Collins, Dastyari. I know Senator Dastyari hasn't done much heavy lifting tonight. So again, yeah, you've fallen on the roundhog system. Spare us more groundhog days. Spare us more groundhog days.
Senator Wong.
Thank you.
Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I think it's interesting that Senator Rhiannon accuses us of not talking about, well, airbrushing history, but less said about that the better, I suspect. Accuses us of not talking about the issue before the chamber, then spends almost the entirety of her contribution talking about us. It's a bit like Senator Di Natale, who felt a need to talk about his photo shoot, which is very fine. We can talk about his photo shoot if he wants, but I don't think criticisms from the Australian Greens about not dealing with the legislation before us really hold much water after that contribution or the leader's contribution. I want to make a number of points. And then I know that my colleague Senator Collins has more to say, so I may not try and take up too much of the chamber's time. The first point I want to raise is this.
Order. Continue, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Chair. The first point I want to make is that, and it's been interesting to observe the right of the Liberal Party and the Greens both talking about choice, and both talking about freedom of the individual to make decisions. And I suppose it's one of those things in politics. Sometimes it's a circle. I'd make the point that when it comes to electoral systems, the choice about the discussion about choice, the argument, the slogan about voter freedom and choice is actually one of the arguments people use for voluntary voting. And we don't have voluntary voting in this country for very good reasons. For very good reasons. And you only have to look at those electorates, those nations where you don't have compulsory voting to see all the negative consequences, the corruptive power of money, well, I won't, because of the diplomatic niceties, point to any particular candidates in the United States, but you see it. In those jurisdictions where you have voluntary voting, you see the negative consequences of prioritising this slogan about choice and not thinking about what the effect of a voting system has on the way a democracy functions and the way the polity functions. So I would say to Senator Rhiannon and to Senator Cormann, although from him I understand it more, he's a Liberal, I disagree with him, but at least it's consistent with his political philosophy. This argument about choice is a good slogan, but what it does do is it fails to understand the consequence of a set of voting rules on the nature of our democracy, on the nature of our representation. Because everybody in this chamber knows the real reason why the Australian Greens, the Liberal and National parties are supporting this legislation is not because they have discovered some great newfound commitment to the principle of choice and individual freedom. It's because they think they'll do better. That's why they're supporting this legislation. It's because they think they'll do better. They know that this will make it harder for anyone else to come in. To be lectured by Senator Rhiannon, the senator who came into public life on 2.9 or 2.6% or 2.3%, 2.5, I've heard, I think I've just said I'd agree to say under 3, about how dreadful it is that people get in on small primary votes with preferences really is it's one of the more hypocritical sets of contributions I think I've heard in this place. There was also a contribution about Labor being on the wrong side of history, and what I'd say to that is this. I would suspect that if, as we anticipate, this leads to the coalition over time getting a working majority in this Senate, and it implements the sorts of policies that we've seen fail here because of the nature of the chamber, I suspect people will look to this debate and to Senator Rhiannon, and it will be very clear who was on the wrong side of history. It will be very clear who was on the wrong side of history, because I won't take that interjection. As tempting as it is, I was disciplined. As tempting as it is, I won't. I mean, I often say Chair, about the 2014 budget, that it was an insight into the soul of the Liberal Party, because we saw actually what they really want to do, what they really believe in. They really believe in Medicare co-payments. They really believe in young people being pushed onto off the dole and not having any income to sustain them for 6 months. They really believe in $100,000 degrees. They really believe in cuts to pensions, and they really believe in undermining Medicare, and we can go on and on. I mean, it is a very clear insight into the soul of the Liberal Party. And this Senate stopped that. Not all of it. There were certainly a few deals done, but this Senate stopped a great many of the measures in that budget, which were not only broken election promises, which were not only a breach of faith with the electorate, but they actually were policies and programs and cuts which really went to what sort of Australia we are. And it was this Senate that stopped them. So I say to the Greens and to, I suspect there's probably no one else listening, but anybody who might listen, putting in place a system that advantages you, but which over time has such a high risk, or has a higher risk than the existing system, of enabling the coalition to obtain a working majority of the Senate, is not a progressive thing to do. It is, in fact, a remarkably selfish thing to do. It's a remarkably selfish thing to do. I also want to return to a point I think Senator Conroy made, where he was talking, suggesting that in operation, in practice, this system, in effect, is a first-past-the-post system, in effect. And Senator Cormann, I think, responded, if not to him, then to me, saying, well, that's ridiculous, it's not the case. And I want to go back to the evidence before the Joint Standing Committee of Mr Green, who is an advocate for this reform. He's a proponent for this reform, which he's entitled to be. But he ought not be put into this debate as some, someone who's a disinterested academic on this. He's a proponent of change. As I said, reasonable. I disagree with him, but that's his position. And Senator Conroy was asking him about exhausted votes, and he was also asking him about the number of ballot papers with only a single one above the 9. Now, as you recall, we've already heard in this debate that some 96 or 97% of voters, as a result of the system which has been in place for the last 30 years, put one above the line. In New South Wales, the number of ballot papers with only a single one above the line, and remember there is a not dissimilar system, is that a reasonable proposition in New South Wales, is 83%. Is 83%. So if 83% only have one above the line, I suppose you could say it's not actually technically a first-past-the-post system, but it's a hell of a lot of votes which are being treated in essentially the same way. Now, some might say, well, that's okay. Well, that's not the system that Labor supports. We've outlined time and again here why we think a compulsory preferential system is preferable. And it is very clear from the numbers that Mr Green is asserting occur in New South Wales. Well, I've been accused now by the Minister of being misleading, and I'm actually simply quoting what Mr Green has said. 83%. Well, I'm quoting 83% of ballot papers had only a single one above the line. There were 15.3% that had above-the-line votes with preferences and 1.7% completed before the line. Now, I also want to. There was some discussion about the parliamentary library advice, which I think was tabled in the other place, and I want to read from that. This is changes in voter behaviour, and I know Senator Cormann earlier said, well, it's very hard to model voter behaviour, and I accept that, it is hard, but you can make a pretty educated judgment about what the likely outcome is, given how voters have behaved in other jurisdictions with similar voting systems and how they have behaved in the current voting system. And this is what the Parliamentary Library had to say. Australian voters have spent 30 years voting one above the line, and it seems reasonable to assume that many people will continue to do so despite the ballot paper instructions and any media campaigns. Australian voters have spent 30 years voting one above the line, and it seems reasonable to assume that many people will continue to do so despite the ballot paper instructions and any media campaigns. And this is what I mean about talking about the abstract principle of voter choice, the slogan of voter choice, and ignoring what will actually happen. Because what will actually happen is a reflection of voter behaviour. And the thing that is, and I'll take Senator Conroy's interjection, the thing is that I think the Greens actually know that. I think the Greens actually know that. I think the Greens actually know that the vast majority of voters will continue to vote one above the line. Their votes will exhaust, but that's why the Greens want it. Because what it does is it makes sure that other parties, independents, will find it much harder to enter this place. So all of the talk from Senator Cormann and Senator Rhiannon that this is all about choice, when they know that the vast majority of Australians are likely to continue to vote one above the line, and they know it, really demonstrates that that is just a slogan. It's just a slogan. The whole purpose of this, is to ensure that there is less competition for the Greens in this place, because they're pulling up the drawbridge in terms of anybody else entering. And of course, from the coalition's perspective, it makes it easier for more coalition senators to be elected. Now, I wanted to quote from a range of commentators. I think it's useful to recognise that there have been concerns raised about this. I wanted to quote from Mr Gittins, but his is a very long quote, so maybe I'll start with Mr McKerris. And he said about this, he said, "It is not about fairness, it is about the reshaping of our party system. It is not about fairness, it is about the reshaping of our party system." He talks about South Australia, which will have a four-party system, Liberal on the right, Xenophon centre, Labor and Greens. The rest of Australia is to have a three-party system, Coalition, Labor and the Greens. It is not about fairness, it is about the reshaping of our party system. And that is the truth. That is the purpose of this reform. And I have said, and I've seen Mr Paris again on Twitter saying I can't do maths. He said, "Well, how can there be more coalition senators and more Labor senators?" The point is that there will be fewer minor parties and independents. This is all about reshaping this place so that there is as closed a shop as the Liberals and the Greens can make. More coalition, I suspect more Labor senators, more Greens, but making it much harder for any minor or independent parties to get into this place. And this from a woman, from a senator, Senator Rhiannon, who was first elected with less than 3% of the vote, lecturing us all about the evil of preference arrangements. The evil of preference arrangements. The agenda here is not choice, although that's a great slogan. The agenda here is not about fairness.
Order,
the agenda here.
Continue, Senator.
Thank you. The agenda here is not about choice. It is not about empowerment. It is not about any of those slogans which have been used. It is fundamentally about political power. It is about political power, and it is about reshaping this Senate and this political system to ensure that the parties that are here tonight, the coalition, the Greens and the Labor Party, will be advantaged. And it is about ensuring that independents and minor parties essentially cannot or find it extremely difficult to get into the Senate. And I wish the Australian Greens would actually be upfront about it. I wish they'd actually say, you know what, yeah, it's because we want more of us in here, and we're prepared to risk the coalition having a working majority in this Senate to pass their radical reforms, pass their radical reforms, we are prepared to risk that because we want to try and make sure there are more of us in here and fewer of anybody else on the crossbench.
Senator Cormann.
Thank you, Chair. I got to say, Senator Rhiannon is right. It really is like Groundhog Day, because this is now the 4th or 5th time that a Labor senator has repeated the same deceit. Senator Conroy and Senator Wong on several occasions now. Deceit. Senator Wong and Senator Conroy now on several occasions have verbaled the evidence of Mr Green by selectively quoting from his evidence. So here was Senator Wong again suggesting that somehow the experience in New South Wales and the number of voters in New South Wales and the percentage of voters in New South Wales voting just one above the line is somehow relevant to what is likely to happen in Senate elections in the future as a result of these reforms. The truth is, it is not. It is actually not, because, and don't take my word for it, I go directly to the bit immediately after the quote that Senator Wong read into Hansard, where Mr Green said in his evidence, where he pointed out in his evidence that the New South Wales ballot paper says, and I'm quoting him, "Just vote one if you want to. Just vote one if you want to." And no surprise, most people, that's what they do, because on the ballot paper that is the instruction. Just vote one if you want to. That is a material bit of evidence by Mr Green that Senator Wong deliberately left out of her presentation here. Of course, in those circumstances, a large percentage of voters will just vote one, because that is the instruction on the New South Wales ballot paper. The voters are following the instruction on the New South Wales ballot paper. Just vote one if you want to. You may go on and do something else. Now, the more accurate, the more appropriate comparison would be with the electoral system here in the ICT. Because here in the ICT, on ballot papers, the guidance provided to voters is to number 1 to 7 or 1 to 5, depending on the number of votes. And here Senator Wong, having misled the Senate, having misled the Australian people, is now turning her back and not interested in the correction of her inaccurate assertions. Not interested. But like the actual comparison that is more appropriate is with the experience in the ICT, where, I mean, here is the report. Don't take my word for it. The report on the ICT Legislative Assembly election 2012. What it shows is that 97 to 98% of people filled in 7 or 5 boxes, depending on what the instruction was on the ballot paper. That is, people followed the instruction on the ballot paper, and there is no reason why the same would not happen. In the context of the Senate ballot paper, because people across Australia are as smart in other parts of Australia as what they are here in the ICT. People in other parts of Australia can actually follow the instruction that is on the ballot paper. So please stop verballing the evidence by Mr Green by selectively quoting, because you are actually using a small part of his evidence taken out in isolation to try and mislead the Australian people about the effect of this reform. Now let me just make some comments about the evidence of Mr Mackerras. Let me just say right up front, the government does not accept the evidence of Mr Mackerras that was provided at the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. And I mean, I suspect that if Labor looked closely at what he said, neither would the Labor Party. Because Mr Mackerras says that in his opinion, every single Senate election since 1984, since the Hawke Labor government reforms to Senate voting arrangements in 1984, in his view, every single election since 1984 for the Senate is unconstitutional. Unconstitutional. Not every single election since 1984, because the Labor Party introduced above-the-line voting for political parties, in his opinion, I don't know what qualifies him to express that opinion, but in his opinion, every single election since 1984 has been unconstitutional. So, having said that, he was then asked whether the High Court, words to the effect, whether the High Court agreed with him. And then he complained, he said, no, well, actually, the High Court, when they looked at it, they didn't agree with me, but they got it wrong, he says. I mean, so here is Mr Mackerras saying, the High Court got it wrong. Like Mr Mackerras, I'm the fountain of all wisdom, and that is now the person that the Labor Party relies on to essentially just come up with a fig leaf to try and justify their completely outrageous attempt to hide the motivation for the decision making. I mean, here's the National Secretary of the Backroom Operators Union again. Like, the National Secretary of the Backroom Operators Union, Senator Conroy, is of course, he is not interested in the public interest. He's not interested in making sure that the result at the next election and subsequent elections truly reflects the will of the Australian people. The only thing he's interested in is to ensure that he and people like him can continue to do their little deals with political parties around trading and directing preferences of voters after they've voted one above the line. Now, Senator Conroy had a bit of a swipe at me for being a migrant to Australia. Here he was. Here he was saying that I didn't really understand what was going on because I hadn't been voting for long in Australia. That was what he was saying. Here Senator Conroy was suggesting that I somehow didn't know that you could actually ask for like the booklet with the group voting tickets at every polling station. Of course I knew that. Now how many voters do you think ask for that booklet? How many voters do you think do that? And even if they do, with the size of the ballot papers, with all of the gaming that's been going on, and with the capacity for individual parties to direct preferences in 3 different directions, I would hazard a guess that there wouldn't be many people in Australia that could actually figure out what would happen to their preferences depending on which party they support with their primary vote. Because if you've got 100+ candidates, if you've got 100+ preferences below the line directed on a group voting ticket, if you've got 3 different versions of a group voting ticket preferencing different parties in different orders, how can you possibly, as an individual voter, figure out if I put my number 1 above the line in support of that particular party, this is where my vote will end up? How can you possibly figure that out? Well, and in fact, Senator Conroy actually agrees that it's not possible for people to figure it out, because when he was having his powwow with the Federal Director of the Liberal Party at the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters inquiry, I mean, he made the point. Only 10 people across Australia understand the signs and maths of preferences. Ho, ho, ho. That's how Senator Conroy went. I mean, he was patting himself on the back. Isn't this fantastic? There's only a small club of us who actually really understand how this whole thing works. I mean, Senator Conroy, in that little question that you asked of our federal director, you made the case in the most succinct fashion on why the reforms that we are putting forward.
Senator Conroy, walking around here screaming out, "Would you please cease your interjections and let's just proceed with a little bit of silence." And can I hang on? And can I just remind those, especially on my right, interjections are disorderly, especially if you're not in your own seat. Okay, Senator Seselja. So let's proceed with a bit of calm and get on with the job. Senator Wong.
Be calm, Chair.
That is good to hear.
I just would make the point, and I appreciate. It's a point of order about. I understand that some licence is given, and Senator Conroy is not sensitive, but you did pull me up. You did pull me up. You did pull a number of us up for talking directly at senators. If you're going to apply it to us, I'd ask you to apply it to the minister.
Certainly, Senator Wong. I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you, Chair. And I wasn't talking to Senator Conroy. I was talking about him. I was talking about him. I was talking about him. Here is the National Secretary of the Backroom Operators Union. I mean, here he is, in there, organising. He's organising the demonstration. He's organising the people in the streets to fight so that backroom operators like him can continue to trade and direct Senate preferences in years to come.
No. Order. Order. Senator Collins, you have a point of order?
Yes, I do, Chair. Just as a matter of consistency, I was asked to withdraw referring to Senator Di Natale as the senator for half measures. Surely this is a similar circumstance.
Thank you very much. I actually believe that I believe that Senator Conroy.
Senator Conroy, just to remind you to refer to those by the correct titles.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm actually pretty confident that Senator Conroy wears that description as a badge of honour. I don't think he's embarrassed by this at all, because I'm sure that if you were to ask Senator Conroy what his role and approach is in the context of the Labor Party, I think he would readily agree that he's a backroom operator. And the whole purpose of this legislation is to take power away from the backroom operators and to give that power to the Australian people. To give that power to the Australian people. To give the power to the Australian people to determine what happens to not just their primary vote but also to their subsequent preferences when voting above the line. That is what this is about. And the reason the Labor Party is fighting so hard is because they believe, for some reason, they believe that they can do better by manipulating preferences than by trying to persuade the Australian people. I mean, in the end, if the Labor Party wants to be more successful, they've got to be better at convincing more Australians that they deserve their support. Now, don't take my word for it. That is what Mr. Gray has written in an opinion piece in the West Australian in early February 2016. That is the point. Like, I mean, the reason Senator Conroy doesn't want a system that empowers the Australian people is because he's scared of the Australian people. He worries that the Labor Party is not going to do well enough by putting their fight into the hands of the Australian voters. That is what Senator Conroy is worried about. Senator Conroy rather runs a system where he can do little deals here and there, asking for pop-up parties to send preferences Labor's way so that they can get more votes, more seats in the Senate than they actually deserve as a result of the democratic vote that they've achieved at an election. We are prepared to put our fight into the hands of the Australian people. The result of an election is entirely a matter for the Australian people. The result of an election will be a reflection, if this reform is passed, will be a reflection of the will of the Australian people. That is what this is all about. Now, we understand what Labor is doing here tonight. They're running, a marathon filibuster. Some of the Labor senators are bragging to the media about how long they can run it. They are. No, I'm.
I think the percentages will bear us out.
He's not just going to.
I'm correcting. I'm correcting some of your inaccurate assertions. So I'm correcting some of your inaccurate assertions. And to be frank, it was getting a bit boring sitting here just tweeting along. And I mean, I thought I wanted to have a bit of a run in the paddock. Now, Senator, and in particular, given all of the misleading information that Senators Wong and Conroy had put into the public domain, I thought it was incumbent on me to ensure that those that are still listening on Radio National don't get the false impression. Well, they are actually. Well, Twitter, you see, you're so 2 hours ago, Senator Collins. You're so 2 hours ago. Like they stopped and shifted over to the BBC, but Twitter informs me that they're back on because apparently they decided that our debate here tonight is really interesting, and it's great to see that that the host from Insiders in Talking Pictures is here with us tonight, and I hope we're going to all get a mention on Sunday. When the events of tonight are reported on the weekend. Now, Mr. Chair, just back to the matters at hand. We do have an amendment before the Chair, and the amendment before the Chair is the first of 9 government amendments which seeks to ensure that people voting below the line are given guidance that to vote below the line. You number 12 boxes 1 to 12 in order of your preference, and of course the amendments that the government the 9 amendments that the government will be moving, the first one of which is currently before the Chair, will introduce a form of optional preferential voting below the line to complement our initial proposal of optional preferential voting above the line, and we commend the government's amendment to the Senate.
Point of order. So, Senator Collins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that at this hour, following where the minister was up to is not necessarily.
So I was talking to the clerk.
I understand. I wasn't being critical, Chair, but it does help me move towards the point that I'm making, which is I note now that Senator Rhiannon's back in the chamber. I was about to suggest or hope that she had gone to have a rest because the contribution that she made a little while ago was so unhinged, but it did reinforce where we are in this consideration of legislation. And as much as I would like to hear Senator Wong go into further references that challenge and perhaps long quotes that challenge the position that the minister is seeking to maintain or recreate. I seriously do think that at this hour we are in quite a ridiculous process. Now, let me remind both the Greens and the government, though, that this is the process of your creation. This is the process of your creation. So don't try and slate the blame off anywhere else. Don't try and say anyone else is responsible for the fact that we are attempting to have an adequate consideration of this matter because of the fraud that was conducted in terms of the government's consultations in developing these measures and the purported committee consideration that was so inadequate that we couldn't even question the department, and indeed the Greens couldn't even question the department about important aspects. But I thought I cited a moment ago Senator Xenophon was perhaps back with us in the chamber, because I wanted to go back briefly to an earlier discussion when I don't think he was here at the time, but it was Senator Cormann talking about this rhetoric of choice. And as part of the discussion he said people shouldn't be forced to vote for parties they might not want to vote for. And I thought for a moment, my God, he's going to go down the path of an argument for voluntary voting, because what he seemed to be suggesting was that people shouldn't be forced to follow the very instructions he claims are going to be in the ballot papers, which is that people do vote for the number of positions that are up. Instead, he's saying, no, you shouldn't be forced to vote for a party if you don't want to. And the philosophical discussion there was very much taking us down the path of voluntary voting. And when I contrasted that to Senator Xenophon's discussion about New South Wales and the ACT and what would be an appropriate benchmark that we could subsequently review and understand the implications of these changes, I thought, good heavens, Senator Xenophon has given these issues more competent consideration than the minister is displaying in his reference to them. If I ask the minister any question about, well, what's the appropriate benchmarking here, and instead we get a philosophical discussion about how people shouldn't be forced to vote. Well, I'm sorry. Well, you go back and read what you were saying, because it was definitely leading right down that path. And when I get the Hansard, I'll put it right under your nose, because you've already misrepresented the committee's consideration of the AEC. I've had the Hansard here. I've sourced it on several occasions, demonstrating how you weren't following in the way you claimed. You didn't really know what happened. You've misrepresented the AEC's position on several occasions, so please don't take that holier-than-thou attitude now. But I mean, add to that, these glib comments and insults flying across the chamber. I'm so 2 hours ago. Because I wanted to refer, and I will now refer, to the complaint that came to my office, well, it wasn't 2 hours ago, it was about an hour ago. So the complaint that came to my office an hour ago was, I think, that this matter and how it's being dealt with is a form of a gag, because I'm here listening and the coverage has been shut off at midnight. So the coverage of this debate was shut down at midnight. Well, it is, in terms of public transparency and the processes of this parliament, to shut down the public broadcast of our considerations is appalling. But what it does is, again, it highlights the process. Because the way this person represented the issue to my staff was just another form of a gag. And, the Greens are getting pretty experienced at this. So let's force the debate to occur late at night. Let's slide it through. Let's deal with it as legislation by attrition. Legislation by attrition. They want to sit here and wear people down rather than justify their case. And What does that lead to? It leads to the unhinged contributions that are happening now. And Senator Xenophon has rightly chosen this time to reinforce his point, because Senator Xenophon knows what the alternatives are, and we have used those alternatives in the past. At this hour of night, what a competent government would be doing would be saying, how close are we to making progress on this? And if we're not close to making significant progress, then we would suspend and commence again the next day after senators have had an opportunity to get some sleep. But this is not what's happening, and this is why I move that the committee report progress and ask leave to sit again.
So there is a question before the chair, and that is that. Please repeat it, Senator Collins.
I move that the committee report progress and ask leave to sit again.
So is that agreed? Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the noes have it, in which case we need a division. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
lock the doors. Question is that the committee report progress. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McEwen teller for the ayes and Senator Mackenzie teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 36 noes, the question is resolved in the negative.
Order. The question is that the amendment moved by the Minister, Senator Cormann. Senator Wong.
Thank you. Well, I just wonder, I was accused prior to the break. We'll be going. It's all right. We're not going to vote for a while. You can all go. I was accused prior to the break of misleading the chamber. Again, it's a serial accusation and untrue. And I did actually say a couple of things. I said that voter behaviour does depend. You know, assumptions about that obviously depend on a whole set of assumptions about.
Senator Wong, would you resume your seat, moment? Colleagues, would you please either resume your seats or leave the chamber quietly so we can hear the speaker? Senator Wong.
Thank you. And I think I did actually in the discussion about assumptions about voter behaviour when assessing Senator McGrath, if you're going to laugh, can you at least laugh on your side? You could just like cackle over there.
Senator Wong, don't be distracted. Resume.
I can't help it. I've got, got this bloke behind me who seems to have lost it. And it's not Senator Conroy, it's one of yours. It's on my side. You can stay here if you want, if you vote with us. Thank you. I will start again. I'm sure you're very happy about that. Senator Cormann, I think, just prior to the division, was accusing me of misleading the chamber and in relation to some evidence before JSCEM and voter behaviour. And I would make the point, I was actually quite clear that you do have to make a set of assumptions about how voters will respond to a new system. Senator Cormann places great store in the fact that the instruction on the ballot paper will be there, that will ensure a great many people change their voting behaviour. Now, he might be right. He might be right. The point I was making, he might be wrong. The point I was making is that if you look at the statistics over 30 years, if you look at the New South Wales position, and if you also look at what the Parliamentary Library was saying, it is a reasonable assumption that many people will continue voting one above the line. And he may be right. It may be that people overnight are able to change their voting behaviour. I'd make the point again, and the senator never responded to this. Australian voters have spent 30 years voting above the line, and it seems reasonable to assume that many people will continue to do so, despite the ballot paper instructions. Despite the ballot paper instructions and any media campaigns. So I know that Senator Cormann didn't actually address that in any point, which is the Parliamentary Library research which has been tabled in the Parliament. Now, why does this matter? Well, this matters because your assumptions about how voters respond actually drive or heavily influence your assumptions about the outcomes that this Senate voting change will deliver. And we on this side, in part, this is not our only objection, but we on this side are of the view that a great many voters will do what they've been doing for the last 30 years, which is to put one above the line, and we've documented on a number of occasions tonight why we have concerns about what that means for democracy, for the franchise, what that means in terms of the numbers of exhausted votes, and what that means in terms of the effective first-past-the-post system that will be introduced. So nothing that has been put tonight. Senator Cormann did not deal with the proposition that I was putting to him about what the Parliamentary Library was saying as to changes in voter behaviour. I'd also make the point that Senator Cormann's argument might have more merit if there had been a good lead-in time. If there had been a lengthy period of voter education, including for non-English speaking background communities, including for NESB communities, if there had been a long lead time to educate people about what this voting change meant and what their options were under it. And let's remember, if we look at the informal voting statistics for the last election, they do vary quite considerably as between the House of Reps and the Senate, where of course the Senate has a lower informal vote, in great part because of the above-the-line voting system. So in New South Wales you're looking at an informal vote of around 7.5%, 7.6% in the House of Reps, about 3.3 for the Senate. Now that's probably the starkest difference, to be honest. The ACT is the smallest. Queensland 2.16 versus 5.13. So my point is that the Senate has been a system where people are used to voting above the line. That has led to higher levels of formality than in the House of Representatives. What we are proposing now is a system where we are assuming, or the government is assuming, that suddenly people will move away from the one above the line. Now, I have to say I think that is an heroic assumption, given how quickly this is being introduced. So it is not the case that these reforms have been put out there, discussed in the community, communicated, explained, but well ahead of an election campaign. This is being rushed through in order to enable a double dissolution election under the new rules. I mean, the extent to which it's rushed through for the purposes of the electorate, we can have an argument about Senate procedure, and I'm happy to have a discussion about the fact that you allowed a half-day sham inquiry on this, Senator McKenzie. But this has been rushed through in terms of voter education, because you're rushing it through. I mean, the extent to which it's rushed through, if Senator Rhiannon's amendment gets up, the extent to which it's being rushed through is demonstrated by the fact that you're seeking to have the application in terms of the design of the ballot paper predate the commencement of the Act. And I'll be asking questions about that. I mean, that shows how rushed through it is, because you're saying, oh, we want to get it through, we might have this commencement date later, but in case there's a double D and a pre-poll, we need to have an application provision in the legislation that says, we can have this ballot paper under the new provisions actually in place before the Act commences. I mean, this is extraordinary. It's chaotic, and you know why you want to do it? Because you're so desperate to make sure you have a double dissolution election at the timing you choose. So I just wanted to place on record my response to the accusation that I was misleading the Senate. I wanted to remind senators that the one above the line has been the overwhelmingly predominant voting method in the Senate, and that has led 96% has led to lower levels of informality, and that the assumptions about choice, for the reasons I've previously outlined, I think mask what the true agenda here, which is about political power.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I was watching Senator Di Natale earlier tonight when he was the Black Wiggle, yeah. When he was trying to be the leader, sitting there, the square-jawed leader of his party, and he did indicate he wasn't going to engage, but he actually did engage. Every time there was any criticism of Senator Di Natale, the glass jaw was cracking, and he was here. And what he reminded me tonight of, I'm sure there's some Monty Python fans. In here tonight. And remember the taunting French guard. Remember the French guard. He's up there in the castle. The castle is completely impenetrable, and everyone else is trying to get into the castle. But the French guard is up there, and the French guard is not going to let anyone else in. So you've got the French guard, Senator Di Natale, up there, in the castle. He's here. No one else is going to get in. And anyone else that's going to get in is not going to get there. And that's like the independents.
Senator Cameron, would you resume your seat? Senator Ludlam, you're on your feet. Point of order.
I do have a point of order. Chair, could you please draw the senator's attention to the question that's before the chair?
That's not a point of order, but thank you, Senator Ludlam. Senator Cameron.
Jack, you've got to stop hanging
well, thanks. I would certainly have appreciated that if he'd have done the same when Senator Cormann was on his feet, going all around the mulberry bush. So a bit of hypocrisy, but I suppose they're mates now. So anyway, getting back to the taunting French guard, where everyone else is trying to get in. People have got a right to try and get in there, but the Greens are up there. Senator Di Natale is up there. He's in the castle, and and what did the French soldier say in Monty Python and the Holy Grail? It says, "I don't want to talk to you no more." In a French accent, I can't do it. I don't want to talk to you no more. I'll give it a go. No, just there. So I don't want to talk to you no more. So it doesn't want to talk to the people that he has been talking to over a period. Then he goes, "You empty-headed animal food trough wiper." It says, "I fart in your general direction." That's basically what he's done, and that's basically what they've done to you guys. This is Monty Python. It is Monty Python.
Through the chair.
Don't you know Monty Python?
About your parliamentary language, if you would, Senator Cameron.
And it says,
order.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberry. Every time I've seen Senator Di Natale on his feet, and to some extent Senator Rhiannon, I keep seeing the French, the French taunting French guard. They're here. No one else is going to get in. They're here. No one else is getting in. You can do it better than me. You can do it better than me. But that's, in reality, when you see them there, what it's all about is that they're in the castle, no one else is going to get in, and there'll be no more new parties come into this place. And it will be as Senator Wong indicated, there will be the major parties in the rest of Australia, and in South Australia there will be the major parties plus Nick Xenophon, Senator Xenophon, or the Xenophon Party, whatever it's called, and they'll all be in there in their pyjamas, looking to, get more and more people into Parliament. But anyone who has any interest in politics but is not aligned to any of the major parties will not be there. They will not be there because they're locked out. They're locked out. So when you see, Senator Rhiannon up there, she's the female version of the taunting French Guard. No one else is getting in. No one else is getting in. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Senator Cash. I'm surprised that Senator Cash, would say, people will think I'm drunk. No one that knows me would think I was drunk. But I'm not. I'm certainly not drunk. But if you don't know, Senator Cash, I would understand, and I can understand why you wouldn't know Monty Python. Why you wouldn't know Monty Python? You haven't got much. I haven't seen much sense of humour from you ever in any of the stuff you do in this place. And sometimes a little bit of sense of humour goes a long way. So you don't have to call me drunk. If you can't understand Monty Python, if you can't understand a bit of humour, if you can't understand that there is really a serious point to it in relation to what the Greens are doing, they're in the castle, no one else is going to get in, you're in there, the Liberal Party are in there, we're in, but no one else is ever going to get in. That is, the drawbridge is up, the ladders are up, and there's not going to be anyone else in. That's what the public need to understand. And what we're going to get is a first-past-the-post. It's going to be a first-past-the-post proposition. The punchline is that you guys are behaving exactly like a Monty Python figure. That's what you are. But you're not even as strong. You're not even as strong or as capable as the Monty Python figure, because you couldn't negotiate a decent deal if it was put in front of you. You could not negotiate a decent deal if it was there in front of you. You had an opportunity. You had an opportunity to deal with a range of important issues to your rank-and-file membership, who are telling you that this is the wrong thing to do. You had an opportunity to actually deal not only with electoral reform, but with reform in a range of areas. You could have had a proper debate. We could have been here tomorrow and dealing with marriage equality. We could have been doing that and had an outcome. But no, the deal you were doing was so important, more important than marriage equality, far more important than marriage equality to you guys. It was about your power and maintaining your position. That's all you were about, nothing more than that. And you could have had a chance to deal with donations and the rip-offs that are going on over on the other side with donations, the trust funds that are established, the associated entities that are in the Liberal Party and National Party, hiding money, shifting money around the country, so no one knows where the donations are coming from.
Now they're going to give them a company tax cut.
And give them a company tax cut. As I've said, if you want to know, what any of the policy positions that the Liberals and Nationals are taking, look at who's giving them the money. Look at who's giving them the money, because that's where they go. Look at Manildra. Look at Manildra in New South Wales. Where they just have meeting after meeting, they hand off more money and more money to get an ethanol plant in New South Wales, that even some of the Nationals and some of the Liberals in New South Wales say are going to mean an extra 8 cents a litre. 8 cents a litre on petrol in New South Wales. And why is that? That's because a multi-millionaire donor is providing funding to the Liberal Party, and they are paying that donor back. They are paying that donor back, meeting after meeting, money after money flowing into the Liberal Party, into one of the associated entities. It goes there, it comes down to Canberra, then the money comes out of Canberra, gets filtered back into New South Wales to avoid the New South Wales laws. If ever there was a need for a Royal Commission in this country, it's a Royal Commission into the associated entities of the Liberal and National Party, because that's where the rots are going on. That's where democracy is being pushed aside for the interests of the Liberal Party donors. That's where the problem is, and the Greens should have seen that as the main issue. The Greens should have known that's the main problem. You see, if you are getting more and more money coming in to run big businesses' agenda, and you don't have to disclose where that money is coming from, or you hide where the money is coming from, and then you introduce legislation here for tax cuts to your mates at the big end of town, and you take away the superannuation benefits for low-income workers in this country. Well, we all know what that's about. It's about making the poor pay for your rich donors. And that's the issue here. And it's an absolute disgrace that the Greens are hand in hand with this mob over here doing over democracy in this country. We've heard so much about democracy, all the pontification from Senator Di Natale about how this is good for democracy. Well, it's no good for democracy unless you fix up the electoral donation issue. It's no good for democracy if the big end of town and the financial donors to the Liberal and National Party are calling the shots, and the money's being hidden in associated entities all over the country, awash with big business money to run their election campaigns against the Greens, because, Kroger made it quite clear that there might be some sensible Greens, but there are some others that are not sensible, and they are not going to get. They're not going to get it. So the Liberals are already looking at. They're classifying the Greens as the nutters and the non-nutters. I mean, this is not a good look for the Greens. And then they're going to have this loose arrangement. The loose arrangement designed to get rid of good, effective local members that have made a huge contribution to politics in this country, and Mr Albanese. And the attacks against these politicians are going to be on the basis that we have to defend other seats because preferences won't be given by the Greens. These are, the deals that are going on, the so-called loose arrangements, the loose arrangements. And then, Kroger goes on to praise Senator Di Natale. He says, you've got a doctor who owns a farm, who doesn't come from this mad environmental background. He's helped the government get legislation through the federal parliament. So you look at the Greens through a slightly different lens these days because they're not the nutters they used to be. Tell that to Senator Abetz. I haven't heard Senator Abetz run those lines. I don't think Senator Abetz thinks that's the position. I don't think Senator Bernardi thinks that's the position. So we've got this massive split in the coalition, a massive split in the coalition. Those that want to cuddle up to the Greens and do deals with the Greens or loose arrangements to try and diminish the major left political party in this country so that they can do a deal with the Liberals that will end up meaning that if we come back and if the election is won because of these rots that are going on by the coalition, then work choices will be back on the agenda. The building ABCC will be back on the agenda. The GST will be back on the agenda. The $7 co-payment will be back on the agenda because Senator Cormann has never walked away from that 2014-15 budget. He has never walked away from that first budget. And we know that the current Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, has indicated that he supported every element of that first budget. The $7 co-payments, the starving of young unemployed people for 6 months. These are the situations we're going to face if the coalition are returned at the next election. And it won't be enough to have the Greens here and us here, because there'll be no independence, because without the independence, that last budget would have gone through and ordinary Australians would have been much worse off. This whole voting system that is being debated tonight is simply about entrenching both the Greens and the coalition. And that entrenchment will be bad news for working-class families in this country. It will be bad news for middle-class families. It will be bad news for workers around this country, because the coalition have got absolutely no understanding of the battles that workers have. Many of the crossbenchers that have came in here have actually stood up against some of the worst aspects of the budget. And all this is about is to entrench the coalition at the expense of the crossbenchers and to make life worse for the poor in this country.
Senator Cameron and Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to note the chamber that it's 2:05 in the morning, 2:05 a.m. in the morning, and we still have nearly 38 amendments before the chair. Some of them need to be debated and discussed in detail. We acknowledge that. This is the process for those people who are still awake and listening and tweeting and watching. This is the process that we go through in the Senate when we scrutinise a bill and very important legislation like this. And what I would like to say is very simple, and I won't take very long if you just give me a moment's peace, Senator Conroy.
Order on my left. Let the Speaker be heard.
I think the Senate should actually deal with the legislation, the substantive legislation in front of us. Let's get on with what the taxpayers in Australia are paying us to do. Let's get on with what the taxpayers in this country are paying us to do, and that is—
Order!
That is to be adults.
Order, Senator Carr.
That is to be adults. That is to be adults, and that is to be adults and parliamentarians and pass laws in this country. By all means, let's have an adult discussion, a mature discussion about the debate in front of us. And the Greens welcome the input of all senators from all political colours on this bill, because it is important. We've got weeks ahead of us to get through this. Let's start with a substantive debate, and let's get off the grubby politics. I think the Australian people are sick of it, and they actually want their parliamentarians. They want their parliamentarians to grow up and do what they got put into Parliament to do, and to pass good laws on their behalf.
The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you.
Very fine.
Thank you. I must say, getting a lecture from the Greens about getting on with it and allowing debate and serious consideration to continue when we ended up in this position because of the truncated process that you and the government agreed to. The irony of that, it just never ceases to amaze me. I'd like to provide a few comments on the ACT electoral system, which has been used by a number of speakers tonight as an example of how some of the concerns around informal voting won't occur, because it's because the education program, from what I've picked up from other speakers, would be similar. The advice around how to vote will be similar to what's provided on ACT ballot papers, and I think it is worth reflecting on a couple of points here. The ACT's had quite a complicated relationship with self-government. It started by the ACT community not wanting it. We then had to design an electoral system where the ALP didn't win every single one of the seats. And after 2 elections with a modified D'Hondt system, the ACT moved to a Hare-Clark system, which is the system that has been talked about tonight, which did include 3 electorates, 2 of 5 members and 1 of 7. All of that is true. It's also true that there is high levels of formal voting under this arrangement, although it is relevant to look back at when the system was brought in 1995. The informal vote was actually very high compared to what it is now, and the informal vote reduced at each election. But in 1995, for example, there was electorates where the formal vote was only 91%. That has improved over the years, but I would say when the minister quoted figures from the 2012 election, which did record levels of formal voting. That was after 21 years of experience by the ACT community with that particular way of voting. And of course, the ACT community, the United Republic of the ACT, is a highly educated electorate. It's very engaged. There's considerable education programs that get put through before every election takes place, and the electoral system hasn't changed in the last 21 years. So that probably there are some differences in terms of what we comparing and contrasting the ACT electoral system and the high level of formal voting with the changes that we're talking about here tonight. Because when the system was brought in, the level of informal voting was relatively high for the certainly the first election. It has improved every election since, but I don't think it's unreasonable to pose the question, as it has been put tonight, that changing an electoral system, a voting system, potentially having a very few weeks to educate the community about it will result in high levels of informal votes being cast. The other difference, of course, is that we have fixed-term elections in the ACT, so you can't muck around with when will the election be called. So the education program that's led up to the election day is actually very comprehensive and planned, and doesn't rely on the government of the day choosing the election day at their own convenience. The other difference, as I would say, is that the ballot paper doesn't have above-the-line voting. Essentially, if you are comparing it with the ballot paper that we're talking about tonight, it is the only choice for voters is to exercise your votes essentially below the line, even though there is no line. It's also relevant to note that the system, the imposition of this system, or the introduction of the Hare-Clark system, was done by referendum. So in order to move to this electoral system, a referendum was held at the 1992 election, where the question was asked about whether the community wanted to stay with the modified D'Hondt system or move to the Hare-Clark system, and that was endorsed by about 65%. There was also a 3-year lead-in to that system being changed. So the question was put to the community in 1992, and the system was changed and entrenched and changed by law in 1994, and then entrenched at the 1995 election. I think it's also relevant to reflect for a moment, if we are going to use the ACT as an example of best practice, and that isn't often the case in this chamber, but I'm happy to take it when it happens, that the electoral reform that's happened since this time, and I know a little bit about it, having stood in the last 4 of those elections as a candidate. The electoral reform that has happened since 2012 has been conducted via extensive committee processes, extensive consultations with all parties in the Assembly, over the years. That has included Conservative independents, it's also included Greens, and I think in most cases the legislation that is brought to the chamber has been thoroughly discussed with between the government and the opposition in an attempt to reach agreement prior to a debate being conducted. And that is, I think, the way that you get the best outcome. And obviously, again, that stands in sharp contrast to what we have seen in terms of the process that has been imposed on this chamber in terms of dealing with the legislation that we're trying to deal with comprehensively tonight. Some of the changes that we brought in the ACT in 2012 or post the 2012 election actually dealt with things like donations, disclosures, transparency, accountability, full reporting disclosure, timely disclosure, all of the things that we'll get to at some point this morning with some of the amendments that we have before us. But I think those points that I made in terms of if you are going to use the ACT as an example of best practice and in terms of the information that will be provided, I think it is relevant to keep in mind those points. One, that there is no choice to vote above or below the line, that a referendum actually led to the change. It wasn't a deal that was done between two parties in the Assembly in the dark of night, in a backroom deal and then rammed through in the process of a couple of weeks. It wasn't a change that was brought in with perhaps, once it was passed, several weeks before people headed to an election. There was a 3-year implementation of that change to the electoral system, which allowed a comprehensive education program. And in terms of the voting that happens now, because of the fixed-term nature of the election dates, taking away the ability for governments to determine an election date of their convenience, it allows the ACT Electoral Commission to run a very comprehensive education program to make sure that the voting that does occur, or it reduces the opportunity for informal voting as much as it can. So I think those are significant differences to the position that we find ourselves in here tonight, and I think it is worth putting these on the record, and that the reason the ACT has done relatively well and has that high level of formal voting is because of the approach it's taken to electoral law reform, the ability and the time to introduce that electoral law reform, the fact that in most instances it has managed to bring the political parties together, and where agreement can be reached, that agreement has been focused on, and if there's areas of disagreement, those obviously are agitated within the chamber, but that and ultimately that the change to the system that the minister refers to was brought in by a referendum. It was actually taken to the people at an election and agreed to as the preferred electoral system, which again is something that hasn't been done in this situation.
Senator Dastyari.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. We're actually looking at the First Amendment, and I want to deal with this entire amendment process that has actually gotten us here, because let's be clear. The problem here, the problem that we have, is that you have an incredibly rushed process looking at an amendment system that wasn't done properly. We had the extraordinary situation where amendments themselves were being introduced in the House almost concurrently with the introduction of the bill by the government itself, because the whole process had been so rushed. And we know why it had been rushed. It had been rushed because all of this was part of a dirty deal, and the whole thing was run out of the Department of Finance and not PM&C, where this would ordinarily have been done. So you have a series of 9 amendments, the government's own amendments to its own bill, introduced in a way that is just extraordinary and highlights the race, the pace, this desire to do this whole piece of legislation in such a quick manner. Now, we had moments earlier Senator Collins actually saying, look, let's just quit the farce. This is a serious law. We actually need some time to examine this properly. Let's all go home. Let's all actually spend some time and come back and actually properly deal with this legislation. Properly deal with this legislation. Now, obviously, that's not, that wasn't the will of the Senate. No, I respect the Senate. That wasn't the will of the Senate, and that's not what the Senate chose to do. I think that was the wrong call. I think that was a mistake. I think that was an opportunity for us to actually deal with this in a much more proper manner. But you've got a rushed process, so it's bad law, and now we're dealing with bad amendments that also had to be rushed into this place. There is no need to be handling it this way. There is no need for us to be dealing with this in the way we're dealing with it. The only reason we're here, the only reason this is happening is because there was a deal. There was a deal. There was a deal between the government and the Greens political party that brought us here. There was a deal that Senator Cormann, the Prime Minister and others did with the Greens political party to actually get us the outcome and to get us here. And again, just the hypocrisy is mind-blowing, mind-blowing. I mean, we had Senator Rhiannon, professing this kind of pure, purer than thou, kind of these rhetorical flourishes about democracy and other things, going on and on and on. And yet, when you actually look at Senator Rhiannon's own record in this space, you had somebody who made it their business to go out there and create minor parties, to create the kind of structures, to actually game the system in a way in which I'm not familiar with anyone else in this chamber engaging with. And yet to turn around and somehow say that the minor parties, that those who vote for smaller parties should be punished because people like Senator Rhiannon were prepared to play the system is a hypocrisy that really knows no bounds. I mean, frankly, if this was in a different area, if this wasn't in setting up electoral systems, if you were doing this in the welfare space or in any other area, it would actually be a serious issue. Yet the whole thing's laughed off as if it's some kind of a game and, oh, it's all about that. No, it's serious. It's very, very serious stuff. And I really think that Senator Lee Rhiannon should actually come into this chamber and explain her own role in the setting up of these micro-parties. And, in the past few hours, some more information has kind of come to light, and we'll be able to kind of go through that. But how is this necessary? How is this needed? Why should we be punishing the 25% of voters who choose to vote for a smaller political party because Senator Lee Rhiannon used to set up micro-parties in a way that, frankly, we all think is highly inappropriate. And I say, Senator Rhiannon, if you're listening, that you actually should come down here and give a proper explanation of what your role has been in all this. And again, well, Senator Lee Rhiannon, if that is your real name, you need to come down here and actually give an explanation, because this kind of a system, this kind of a rort, this kind of a micro-party creation is a problem. It is a problem. But yet, so who has to get punished? Senator Day, Senator Lionhelm, Senator Muir, Senator Lampy. Now, I am hopeful that some of these crossbench senators will do well in elections and will be able to continue to participate. Because I think they've because I think they've contributed. I think they've contributed to the debate. And I think that's an exciting contribution that they've continued to make. But we're dealing with a flawed process here. We're dealing with a flawed system. We're dealing with a legislative rush through that has actually got us into a lot of the mess a lot of the mess that we are here today. And so, Senator Whish-Wilson, again, I've said this many times in this chamber, somebody I have an incredible amount of respect for, certainly on his views on financial services, industries and that. We don't always agree eye to eye, but I think he's always been very passionate and strong, and I note he even made
he rolled over.
Well, I note that he made a good contribution even today in question time. I thought he asked a fine question. And someone I do respect when they're there comes and says, oh, this moral high ground, this holier than thou, oh, look, this is... Well, hang on. If you hadn't rushed it, if we weren't here, you talk about the dirtiness of politics, there is nothing dirtier than the kind of deal that has led to us being here, where you decide you're going to have a political fix and you retrofit a little bit of ideology or a little bit of rhetoric around it. This is a Greens government fix to remove some pesky crossbenchers, and everything else has been retrofitted to try and justify that kind of behaviour. That's what we've got going on here. Let's not, kid ourselves and not pussyfoot around this. This whole thing is a rort masquerading as some kind of democratic reform. It's none of those things. It's none of those things. It's an outcome that's been predetermined and a system that has been built around that outcome to actually give the situation you want. And again, those on the other side of politics going on about, oh, well, look, you can't argue both ways that it's good for us. But no, this is bad for progressive Australia. It's bad for progressive voices, and in the short term, it is perhaps could be positive for certain elements within the Greens political party. That's what's going on here. And it's interesting. We don't. I can't wait till we hear the contribution from some of the other senators and some of the other Green senators as we go through. I'd love to see what some of the senators who are actually going to probably be in the firing line as a result of all this. But part of my real issue as well is this handing the keys to the government for a double dissolution under a system that they know will benefit the Conservative side of politics. Because that is the inevitability of where this is going. It's no coincidence that the Greens turn around and say, oh, we'll give an amendment. We'll give them the 1st of July as the date where this can start being used from. The 1st of July. Any coincidence that you have government ministers walking the halls of the media upstairs, walking the halls of the media upstairs, going around and saying quite openly that we're going to looking at a double D election and we're going to go on the 2nd of July, and coincidentally the date that the Greens come up with is the 1st of July, right? The 1st of July. That is not coming from our side of politics. That is coming from your own. Well,
you don't think it's true then?
No
election.
Senator Cormann, so journalists like Laurie Oakes, like Michelle Grattan, like others, senior press gallery journalists, right, who are saying, they're not. No, they're articles that they write themselves in Australia's leading broadsheets, make reference to senior government ministers and members talking to them about a 2nd of July or maybe 9th or maybe 16th of July double D election. That is all on the public record. Now, Senator Cormann, you may say or imply they're lying. You may say or imply that they don't have real sources. Look, that is a matter for you. That is a view that you're entitled to have. That is not my view. So when I read these things, when I see these things, I will understandably come to a conclusion that there is no, and yet there is this sudden coincidence of this version. No. A conservative make-up, a conservative build-up in this chamber is a bad outcome for progressive Australia. And if you notice, Senator Cormann, my criticism hasn't actually been, look, I understand the government's position here. This is good for the government. It's good for the Conservative side of politics. It's a political fix that the government is surely going to embrace. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not shocked by that. I wouldn't expect the government to behave any differently. The government's behaving in its own interest, and it will continue. But the fact that this pretend farce that's presented around that, oh, this is about this many other things. It's not. It's about a pesky set of crossbench senators that the government is very keen on seeing removed, that they felt should have passed elements of the last budget that they didn't, and that's what's got us here. And I do want to say, when we're looking at these amendments and when we're dealing with these amendments, we have to keep in mind the process that's got us here, and we have to understand that the sheer way in which this entire thing has been rushed, has actually created problems and will continue to create problems. I think there has been an incredible job by a lot of the media in exposing some of these flaws and that in the past couple of days. And I think that we've heard, and I don't need to quote them because they've already been quoted by other senators, but journalists and academics and others have come out with some very strong views, and people like Ross Gittins and others. And again, I know that Senator Penny Wong actually quoted some of them, and I don't need to put that back on the record. I do also note, though, that while we're having this debate, and I think it's unfortunate we're having this debate in the middle of the night, the coverage of it will, of course, be we just moved a motion moments ago that you voted against. We moved. No. I'm not going to be lectured to you. I'm not going to be lectured to. I'm not going to be lectured to by you. I'm not going to be lectured to by you, and I will not be shushed. You may try and silence me, but you're not going to be able to lecture me. The coverage of this will actually be somewhat limited because we've got a situation where a lot of Fairfax journalists, because of what I agree is some really outrageous behaviour by the management of Fairfax, have chosen to go on strike. And I do want to say I respect them. I respect their right for industrial action. I think that is a move that they're entitled to do, and I respect their right, and I will always respect the right of people engaging in that. It must be an incredibly difficult time for a lot of the journalists and a lot of the people who've been following this story and have been covering this story and have been participating in this debate. It's unfortunate that as we reach this point, they won't be able to participate in this debate, but I have to say it must be horrible to show up at work. And be told about the type of cuts that are going to face some of the largest and most important newsrooms in this country. And I think our thoughts need to go out with those families that have to grapple with those issues in the next coming weeks.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
President, just wanted to remind the Labor Party again that we have 38 amendments before the chair. This is very important legislation. Senator Dastyari has been talking and didn't raise any substantive issues about those amendments. I compliment Senator Muir, who's in the chamber, who did actually get down to the substantive debate and ask some very good questions. And I bring the Labor Party's attention to the fact that we've had the politics all week. In fact, we've had the politics for the last 2 weeks in this chamber every day. We've heard it all before. Let's actually get on with a substantive debate, and let's address, however long that may take, however thoroughly you want to scrutinise these. The Greens will be here, and we want you to address the amendments before the chair.
Senator Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Deputy President. I was quite interested by the response of the government to some of the comments that Senator Dastyari was making, where he was suggesting that there's been widespread commentary in the media stimulated by government leaks that the government was planning a double dissolution election, and that the reason for the haste for this bill to be dealt with was to accommodate that matter, and that's why the bills had to be dealt with this week, so as the Commission could have the 3 months that it had requested to be able to put in place this legislation before an election was to be called on the 2nd of July. That was a minimum period of time, as they've indicated, and I think this question has been widely canvassed as to why the timing is so critical for this, and that's why the haste, and that's why this unseemly action has been taken to produce a kangaroo court inquiry and a bodgy set of arrangements whereby the government has introduced a bill that it itself then has had to amend because it didn't actually take into account a number of measures and hadn't considered the implications of its own recklessness in this regard. Now, all of that, I think, is well counted. What really surprised me, though, was the fact that when Senator Destiari raised the prospect of double dissolution, two government ministers across the chamber repudiated the proposition that there would be a double dissolution. And Senator Cormann and Senator Fifield repudiated the suggestion that there would be a double dissolution. I'll repeat that. And is that the case, that you are repudiating that proposition? Is it the case that you are saying to this chamber that this is not about the government having the option of a double dissolution? Because I ask a very simple proposition, Minister. If there isn't going to be a double dissolution, will the minister agree to Labor's amendment to delay the commencement of this legislation to the 19th of July 2016 so that it can't be used as part of a double dissolution election? I'd ask you a very straight question. I'd appreciate an answer.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And as so often tonight, a Labor senator contributing to the debate is misleading the chamber by selectively quoting what Senator Fifield and I objected to out of Senator Dastiari's contribution was his assertion about what government ministers allegedly were doing in the gallery, because Senator Dastiari would have no such knowledge and there is no such activity as he relied by government ministers in the gallery. Now, in relation to Labor's amendment, no, we will not be supporting Labor's amendment to further delay the application of these reforms. We will be supporting, as I've already indicated to the chamber, an amendment put forward by the Greens to ensure that the AAC has got the 3 months available between passage of the legislation and the application of these reforms at an election. Now, in relation to the specific question that Senator Carr asked about the timing of the election, the form of the election, I honestly don't know. No decision has been made, as far as I'm aware, in relation to either the precise timing or the form of the election. The Prime Minister has repeatedly indicated that our intention, and indeed our preference and our strong preference and our intention, is to serve a full term and for the election to take place in the latter part of the year in the usual course of events in August, September, October. Now, there is, of course, the option of a double dissolution election in order to resolve the deadlock between Houses of Parliament in relation to some key legislation. Now, that is an option that everybody is well aware of. It is an option that is provided for under the Constitution. Whether or not that option will have to be exercised really depends on a whole range of factors that we really don't know yet on how they're going to play out. I mean, it might well be that in the next little while a sufficient number of senators gives an indication to the government that there is support for the re-establishment of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. It could well be that a sufficient number of senators will give an indication to the government that there is support for the passage of our registered organisations legislation. And if that is the case, then obviously there would be no deadlock between the two Houses of Parliament that would need to be resolved, and the question would become academic. So the truthful answer is this reform is completely disconnected to the timing, the precise timing or the form of the election. That is a decision that has not yet been made. Our view is that whenever the election takes place, the result of that election should reflect the will of the Australian people. Our view is that whenever the next election takes place, that voters across Australia should be empowered to direct their preferences as they see fit, and not have these preferences traded and directed by political parties according to the interests of those political parties.
Senator Carr.
Well, Minister, I thank you for your response, but it's quite clearly disingenuous for you to suggest that this bill has got nothing to do with election timing or the prospect of a double dissolution in terms of election timing. It is completely disingenuous for you to suggest that if only the Senate passed a piece of legislation, which of course is not before the parliament and has very limited prospects of being before the parliament, given the facts of the matter is that you've chosen not to put it before the parliament in this week, and under the current circumstances, the next time we meet will be to discuss the budget, and you will need to call an election by the 11th of May to meet the constitutional requirements, and therefore you'll need to pass a supply bill within 1 day to secure that. It's clearly a nonsense for you to suggest that there's going to be time to consider the ABCC, but that's a choice that the government has made. And so it's disingenuous for you to suggest that if only we could pass a draconian, offensive bill like the ABCC, if we were to capitulate on that matter, then of course we wouldn't need a double dissolution. You know that bill won't be able to be put to the chamber in the time because you have already set in train a course of action whereby the budget will have to be brought down on the 10th. You can't call this chamber forward earlier than that without the agreement of the chamber. And of course on the 10th is 1 day prior to the deadline for which you need to be able to call a double dissolution election for July. So it's a nonsensical proposition you have put to us, and of course completely disingenuous to suggest that simply people capitulated on one of your offensive bills that all of this would go away. And what concerns me, however, is some of the conversation that I've been listening to carefully for quite some time now in regard to the proposals that we have before us. Now, your first set of amendments, the government has to amend its bill yet again, this rush bill, and they go to schedules items 1, 19, 23, 24, 26, 27, 41, and of course they deal with the issue of voting below the line. Now, we've had a conversation this evening across the chamber in regard to the proposition of what is a formal vote. And as I understand it, and I certainly participated in the Senate inquiry, that somewhat fraudulent affair with a Senate inquiry, where we had a couple of hours to consider this bill. And what we did hear from those couple of hours is the Australian Electoral Commission told the committee that a vote above the line would be formal regardless of the number of boxes marked above the line. So you can put a 1 in and it'll be a formal vote. And I think you've conceded that, Minister, this evening. Now, of course, there has been a long-standing issue in relationship to that, and I refer here to matters that have been before the High Court, the Langer versus the Commonwealth of Australia, the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Bill. Of course, this bill we have before it has in fact not picked up many of the issues that were actually dealt with in that Langer case. Now, of course, Langer action was taken against him for advocating that people vote just one. That was the proposition that Albert Langer said. He thought it was an offence to democracy that people be obliged to vote using their preferences. And of course, there was the issue of formality in that case. But the truth of the matter is that the provisions that were current in the electoral bill at the time was the section 329A, which made it a crime to promote voting in a way that was inconsistent with section 240, that is, of arguing that people should put only a 1 vote, which we know under this bill would produce a formal vote. So my concern here, Minister, is that if it is a formal vote and people are in fact, it's been recommended to people that they actually vote in a formal way, even if that meant only a 1, which we've acknowledged is a formal vote, would it be a crime? Would it be a crime under this legislation to recommend a just vote 1? Chairman, I asked a direct question. I wonder if I can get a direct answer. The other side, is it the case that the government does not wish to answer the question?
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Given that the response we're getting from the minister is a shrug, which obviously Hansard can't record, and given that I've returned to the chamber to see Senator Wilson returning to the... There are 30... Well, actually, his version of it is that there are 38 amendments before us. There's actually only one before us at this stage, Senator Wilson. It's the first of the government's amendments that is... I'm sorry... Such a smart-ass.
Order.
Yes, yes.
Senator Collins.
Look, Chair, I think I'll return to the point that I made earlier, which is that I move that the committee report progress and ask leave to sit again.
The question is that the committee report progress. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. No. Okay, we'll call it again. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Version required? Ring the bell. So, if a question... The question about reporting progress.
Lock the doors. The question is that the committee report progress. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart Teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby Teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 37 noes, the question is resolved in the negative.
Okay, what are we up to? Can you put that? Senator Carr.
Chairman, I was seeking an answer to a straight question. The committee has considered the question of whether or not a vote one above the line was a formal vote, irrespective of the directions issued on the ballot paper, and it's been found on the advice of the Electoral Commission that it is. And that is a position I understand the government's actually accepted. My question goes to matters that relate to people actually arguing in favour of just vote one. And under the Langer case, of course, it was found by the High Court that Mr Albert Langer's campaign for people just to vote one was found to be illegal. Now, it was in fact a crime for Mr Langer to undertake that course of action. But that relied upon section 329A of which has been removed. That is, it was a crime to promote voting in a way that was inconsistent with section 240. Now, of course, the proposition that was put at the time was that if people had access to this information, they might use it, and that would be regarded as a criminal offence. Now, that section has been repealed. And I'm asking the minister a direct question. Is there a replacement section in this Act or in this amendment bill? And is it a crime for people to, or for a citizen to promote voting just one, which of course would be a formal vote?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And I have, of course, answered questions in relation to this issue several times now. And let me just, for the benefit of the chamber, advise the Senate that Senator Carr is completely incorrect in what he is asserting. The Langer matter related to voting in the House of Representatives, not to voting in the Senate. And so that is the first mistake that Senator Carr made. Clearly, he was handed something. He hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. He's just reading some notes that have been handed to him by some apparatchik from the Labor Party. So let's just make sure we know what we're talking about. The Langer matter related to voting in the House of Representatives. Mr. Langer proposed that a House of Reps ballot paper with a 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. The relevant section of the Act dealing with the formality of House of Representatives ballot paper is section 240. That does not relate to Senate ballot papers. The issue was whether the system of voting proposed by Langer was compliant with section 240, which required the consecutive sequential numbering to be used for formal House of Representatives vote. The Act was subsequently amended to overcome the issue raised in the Langer case. Now, there has been an amendment as a result of a recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters some time ago to remove a certain offence and penalty provision from section 329, and that was 329A, capital A, I believe. But section 329, dealing with deceptive and misleading conduct, seeking to deceive or mislead voters into casting an informal vote, continues to be in place. And as the government has said on a number of occasions now, we believe that the prohibitions in the current section 329, that the current penalties in the current section 329 are adequate, and that combined with the education campaign that will be conducted by the Australian Electoral Commission, that we believe that voters across Australia will be adequately protected.
Senator Carr.
But, Minister, on your own admission, the effect of section 240 is, of course, that people must not advise as electors to act in any way to misdirect their vote. The fact remains that it would be a formal vote. Vote 1 above the line is a formal vote. And to recommend to people to vote 1 above the line is in fact not to mislead them, is not to distort the truth. It is in fact to ask them to cast a formal vote. So, Minister, what provisions in this bill would prevent someone from doing that legally, actually suggesting to people to vote 1 above the line and cast a formal vote?
Minister.
I've said several times now that the government has made a deliberate decision to include a savings provision for people voting above the line. There's guidance on the Senate ballot paper that is proposed to provide that to vote above the line, a voter needs to number at least 1 to 6 boxes in order of their preference. But of course, in order to ensure that the maximum number of votes is counted as formal, we do have a savings provision which will ensure that any ballot paper which includes at least the one above the line is formal. Now, we have gone at great length through the issue that Senator Carr is now raising. We've gone through it with Senator Conroy, we've gone through it with Senator Wong, we've gone through it with Senator Collins, we've gone through it with Senator Xenophon. Senator Xenophon, incidentally, supports the approach taken by the government here, and like the position of the government is very clear. Now, you're entitled to have a different view. You're entitled to vote against our amendments. You're entitled to vote against the bill, but we might have to agree to disagree.
Senator Carr.
It's not just a question of disagreement. I'm asking a specific. I would like your advice on a specific matter. Is it a crime to recommend vote 1 above the line, that is to cast a formal vote above the line? Is that actually illegal? I want an answer.
Senator Carr.
I don't want smart aleck remarks from people that are trying to bamboozle folks in this chamber with a load of rubbish like we've just heard. I want a straight answer to a straight question.
Senator Collins.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think, firstly, out of respect for my colleague here, we should highlight, at least for the record of this discussion, that the minister's now sitting here again back. Well, I didn't on this occasion observe the shrug. But, and I know that Senator McDonald is happy to run the government line here and claim that it has been answered. The fact of the matter is that, well, I think that Senator O'Neill made the point quite well, is that in each discussion there hasn't been an adequate answer. And this is what's frustrating Senator Carr now. I was actually going to return to this area because I found the minister's representation of the provisions that were repealed somewhat limiting when he was responding to Senator Muir earlier. He wasn't putting all of the relevant facts earlier on that occasion. Now, I note in the comments that he just made a moment ago, and I'm sorry, Senator Carr, to magnify your frustration here for a moment while I make this point, but I was going to return to the earlier discussion. I'm sorry, Chair, I can't hear myself with Senator McDonald barrelling across the chamber.
You have the call.
Thank
Senator
you.
Collins. Order, Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the earlier discussion where Senator Cormann was responding to Senator Muir's questions in this area, he referred to the fact that the penalty provisions that were in 329 capital A had been repealed. What he didn't say on that occasion, but he did just a moment ago, was that the mischief itself was removed from the Act. So, yes, fine, repeal the penalty provisions if the mischief or the potential mischief has been removed from the Act, but that's not the case here. And what Senator Carr is attempting to establish, as other senators have as well, is what this mischief is. And in the questions about would it be lawful to encourage a just vote one response from voters, is around establishing what the mischief would be. And as Senator O'Neill has said before, the minister's skirting around that question. He started firstly by saying, oh, that's asking for legal advice. You can't do that in this place. How ridiculous. I don't know where that advice came. It certainly didn't come from the adviser's box. It's a very clear question and it's very relevant and very important to the consideration here. Would it be lawful for someone to promote a just vote one? That's your question, is it not, Senator Carr? And the issue is that, yes, the question has been raised on a few occasions. Now, I didn't hear all of Senator Muir's discussion at the time, but it has been raised by me. Certainly I was here when it was raised by Senator Wong. It may well have been raised by Senator Carr. It is, Senator Conroy. It is now being raised by Senator Carr. It has been raised by Senator Muir. It's pretty obvious that the minister is failing, desperately failing, to respond to a very basic question. Now, he may think that that's the smart or clever thing to do, but it's the government who will suffer the public scrutiny of not being prepared to respond to a very basic question. Will it be lawful under these proposals, or indeed is it the government's intention that it be lawful under these proposals for someone to campaign that voters just vote one?
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. Considering we're discussing Section 329, I did have another question in relation to it after our previous conversation. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to get an answer. Minister, I've been thinking a bit more about Section 329 since our last conversation. I want to run a scenario by you. Let's say a voter is given a how-to-vote card advocating vote one above the line. The voter then casts their vote based on that advice. In the spirit of a minimum of 6 votes above the line, because 6 is what the vote's supposed to be, that vote should be declared informal. However, due to the savings provision, the vote will be saved and it will be declared formal. It could be argued that the advice on the how-to-vote card could be misleading or deceptive because it has given advice which is not consistent with the instruction on the ballot paper. The question, should section 329 apply when advice is published directing a voter to vote in a way that is not consistent with the instruction on the ballot paper?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Senator Muir is of course right. The advice and instruction on the ballot paper will be explicit. It will be there at the time when a voter casts their vote for the Senate, and the instruction will be to vote above the line, to number at least 6 boxes in order of preference, with one being the highest preference. Now, in relation to information that may or may not be provided by political parties, let me just say again, as I've said several times before, the Liberal Party has given evidence at the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters inquiry to indicate that our intention is to provide advice and guidance on our how to vote card, consistent with what is on the ballot paper. Now, what the approach that is taken by other parties, by the Australian Motoring Enthusiast Party or the Family First Party or the Labor Party, that is a matter for those parties, but the section in the Electoral Act that any party has to comply with is the section which prohibits misleading or deceptive publications, etc. Now, and I read that section for the benefits of the chamber. I've done it before, but I'll do it again. I read out the relevant section out of the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918. And 329, Clause 1, a person shall not, during the relevant period in relation to an election under this Act, print, publish or distribute or cause, permit or authorise to be printed, published or distributed any matter or thing that is likely to mislead or deceive an elector in relation to the casting of a vote. That is pretty self-explanatory. So a person shall not, during the relevant period in relation to an election under this Act, print, publish or distribute or cause, permit or authorise to be printed, published or distributed any matter or thing that is likely to mislead or deceive an elector in relation to the casting of a vote. Well, if you're not being misleading or deceptive, then obviously you're not acting in contravention of this section. I mean, that is pretty self-evident. I mean, like, I'm actually wondering what the question is. I mean, we're going around and around in circles. We've been having a debate over the last 6 years. So if somebody is not misleading or deceiving voters, then obviously they're not contravening this section, and they're not going to be penalised. But a person that does mislead, or engage in deceptive publication, such a person who contravenes subsection 1 is guilty of an offence punishable on conviction, and then if the offender is a natural person, by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months, or both. Or B, if the offender is a body corporate, by a fine not exceeding $5,000. And there is a range of other things that I'm quite happy to read in the Hansard again, but I think you get the gist.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Chair. I was listening to the debate and I noticed that Senator Cormann thank you. I noticed Senator Cormann declined to answer some legitimate questions. And I'll try and ask them in a different way. I understand the proposition. Well, no, this is a genuine question, and I actually want to understand.
Order.
I actually would like to understand. Understand the proposition the minister's just put about misleading conduct, but what is the scope of that?
Senator Wong has the call. Order on my right.
We know that Senator McDonald...
well, I'll just put that on the record. Senator McDonald just said I was very dense. So when you hear the government talking about how appalling the level of the debate, let's just recall the nature of the debate from government senators. Now, so Senator Cormann, through you, I currently can't find it, but the South Australian legislation...
Order.
No wonder they call you a bully, Ian.
Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you.
Social media commentator.
Order on my left.
Shall I sit down and you two can
Senator
continue?
Wong, resume your seat.
Thank you.
Senator Wong or any senator is entitled to be heard in silence, and I please request senators to observe that courtesy. Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you, and I'm indebted to my very good advisor, Mr Van Bavel, for providing me with this. The section in the South Australian Act is section 126, And as the minister probably knows, and I know, he's been engaged in this for some time, the South Australian legislation has quite extensive savings provisions, not just in the upper house but in the house, the lower house. However, the counterbalance, or one of the counterbalances to the savings provisions, which are even more effective or more extensive than what is proposed here, is a prohibition against advocacy. So Section 126 of the South Australian legislation prohibits advocacy of forms of voting inconsistent with the Act. Subsection 1, a person must not publicly advocate that a voter should mark a ballot paper otherwise than in a manner set out in 76(1) or 2. Secondly, a person must not distribute how-to-vote cards in relation to an election unless each card is A, marked so as to indicate a valid vote in the manner prescribed in 76(1) or 2, or identical to a card submitted for inclusion in posters under Section 66. So I understand the position the minister's just put in relation to misleading contact. This is a different provision because it doesn't require a mislead. It is simply a prohibition against public advocacy of forms of voting inconsistent with the Act. And my question is there any provision of the federal bill or the bill before us which has the same legal effect as Section 126?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I've said on several occasions now, the government has taken the view that Section 329 of the Commonwealth Electoral Act in relation to misleading or deceptive publications, etc., is sufficient to deal with any mischief that might happen, as has been put, in the context of seeking to mislead or deceive an elector in relation to the casting of a vote. The government is not proposing to introduce into this legislation a provision like the one she has just read out of the relevant South Australian legislation. If the Labor Party wants to put forward the introduction of such a provision, they are of course free to move an amendment, and then the Chamber can pass judgment on such an amendment.
Senator Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chamber will be aware of my proposed amendment number 7890, which seeks to do exactly what the Leader of the Opposition, the Senate, has just suggested, following or mirroring Section 126 of the South Australian electoral law, which does in fact prohibit the distribution of how-to-vote cards and promotion. I just asked the Minister. I don't want to unnecessarily prolong this point because I was under the impression, following the hearing and the evidence of the Electoral Commissioner, Mr. Rogers, was asked this very question and gave a quite clear answer that no, it was not an offence to promote, just put one above the line. And until today, I was not in any doubt about that, but now I am. So could the Minister comment on Mr. Rogers' evidence where he states it's not an offence? Do you agree with Mr. Rogers, Minister?
Minister. Thank you very much, Senator Day, Chair. We've of course gone through this issue now for 6 or 7 hours, round and round in circles, and given that Senator Day mentioned his amendments, and indeed it would be good if we could start to deal with some of the amendments. It would be good if the Senate could start passing judgment in relation to some of these amendments, so that we can actually get on with making judgments on the legislation as a whole. Now, Senator Day has indeed circulated amendments in relation to the matter that Senator Wong has raised, and as I've said on several occasions now, in the government's judgment, the Electoral Act, and specifically Section 329 of the Electoral Act, already provides sufficient protection for voters from deceptive and misleading conduct in relation to the casting of a vote. And of course that prohibition against misleading and deceptive conduct will continue. The government, of course, also, as part of this proposal, is making sure that voters get very clear, very explicit, black on white advice on their Senate ballot paper. When they're filling in their Senate ballot paper, there it is. It will say, to vote above the line, please number 6 boxes, 1 to 6 in order of your preference, from at least 6 boxes from 1 to 6 in order of your preference, with 1 being your highest preference. That's what it will say on the ballot paper. And our judgment is that the information provided on the ballot paper, together with the education campaign that will take place over the next little while, subject to the passage of this legislation, together with the provision in Section 329 of the Electoral Act prohibiting misleading or deceptive conduct, seeking to mislead or deceive electors in relation to casting of a vote, we believe that this is sufficient protection for voters. And on top of that, I mean, our indication as the Liberal Party, through our federal director representing the Liberal Party, as you know, at the relevant inquiry, is very clearly our intention is to provide guidance to voters on our how to vote card entirely consistent with what is on the Senate ballot paper. Now, obviously it's a matter for other parties on how they seek to do this, but as long as they don't deceive and mislead voters in relation to the casting of their vote.
Senator Day.
Apologise to the chamber for prolonging this. I did mention Mr Rogers' evidence. I'm not one for beating around the bush. If you don't agree with Mr Rogers' evidence, then please say so, and then I'll pursue the amendment. Mr Rogers said it was not an offence. I've heard the 8 or 9 similar answers, Minister. If you don't agree with him, that's fine. There's no law against disagreeing with the Commissioner. But if that's the government's view, then please say so.
Minister.
The government's view is that Section 329 in the Electoral Act, prohibiting misleading or deceptive conduct vis-à-vis voters in relation to casting a vote, together with the explicit advice on Senate ballot papers on how to vote above the line by numbering 6 boxes in order of at least 6 boxes in order of preference from 1 to 6, together with the very clear information that will be provided to voters as part of the education campaign, provide sufficient safeguards, and we don't believe that there is further need for the sort of provision that Senator Wong flagged and that is flagged in your amendment.
Senator Lambie.
So, Minister, just on that, I'm just wondering, on my how to vote cards, that when I put vote 1, the jail end and nothing else, I just want to know how long it's going to take the police to come and handcuff me, and what criminal charges are they going to apply to me?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, it is not up to the government to make judgments around enforcing compliance with the Electoral Act. I mean, these are matters for the independent statutory authorities to pursue as appropriate.
Senator Lambie.
I simply want to know what criminal charges are going to be applied to me when I put on the how to vote cards, vote 1, the jail end and nothing else. So please answer my question. I want to know if I'm going to jail or not. That's all I want to know.
Minister.
Well, I don't think you should do that, but I also don't think you should go to jail for it. I mean, I don't. Well, I don't think you should go to jail for it, and I don't think the Senate should legislate to put you into jail for doing that.
Senator Conroy.
Thank you. Look, I've just been watching and listening to Senator Day, Senator Wong and Senator Lambie ask a very simple and straightforward question. And you have now answered. You have now answered a different question every single time you have got to your feet. Now, either please seek advice. There's plenty of times when ministers seek advice from their officials, but please answer the question. Under the provision that Senator Wong has quoted, Senator Day has quoted, and Senator Lambie has quoted, based on the advice from the Electoral Commissioner when I was there as well, he made it very clear it wouldn't be an offence to just, as Senator Lambie says, put a wand in a box and advocate it. But because we're asking the minister whether or not this other provision catches the party or individual who wants to just put a wand. So don't read the script for a question that you haven't been asked. Please seek some advice and answer the question about whether or not you are captured by this other provision in the Act. It's a pretty straightforward question. Will this other provision capture or just one in the box? You don't know. You still don't know. You actually don't know.
Senator Collins.
Thank you.
That's just embarrassing. You're the minister and you don't know and won't seek advice.
Well, and Senator Conroy, I note that interjection, but add to it that the minister seems— Sorry, Senator Cash, is there a problem with this? Are you having trouble following? Is it too late in the evening, or what's the issue?
Senator Collins, please address your remarks through the chair.
So, adding to the point that Senator Conroy just made, is the concern that what we're dealing with is not just the minister sitting here and shrugging and refusing to answer the question about what lawful conduct would be available from, as Senator Lambie said, a senator who will be campaigning in these circumstances and wanting to understand what would be appropriate campaigning under these new provisions, and the minister simply refusing to answer. Now, Senator Day, though, by raising his amendments, raises an important issue about how to consider amendments in a bill and why we are still at the general questions stage. Because, of course, there are questions that run across a whole range of amendments. And whilst the government and the Greens seem to be satisfying themselves with continuing to argue that we've got the government's First Amendment before us, and from time to time they'll suggest we should narrow ourselves to just that one amendment.
When we do.
Well, Senator Conroy, we could, but it's a ludicrous situation because in terms of considering a piece of legislation, the minister has failed to address several times now important general questions about how these provisions will operate. And for anyone who is still listening to this discussion at this hour of the night, the really concerning thing about that is not so much that we're still here now at almost 3:30 at night getting no satisfaction on very important questions. It's that, of course, it's happening here under these circumstances that are part of the government Greens fix. So important questions about how people can campaign in Senate elections in the future cannot or will not be answered by this minister. And I think that's a very important question to highlight, so that anyone who's listening doesn't continue to hear this little harping, can't we get on to substantive matters and can't you narrow yourselves to the First Amendment, which is just ludicrous. What it is really is highlighting the hunger that the Greens and the government have to break their word, to not be here till Easter, as the minister assured us he was prepared to be, and to actually try and ram this legislation through without adequate consideration. And I think that the discussion on this particular issue that Senator Day says does relate to his amendment, which we will eventually get through as we start moving through amendments, highlights exactly that point. But it's not the only one, Senator Day, I'm afraid to say. There are a range of other general issues that have been raised so far that the government is refusing to provide adequate policy rationale for. And I've reflected in the past that I'm astounded that these are issues that the Greens just swallowed. But now is the time to highlight where the government has failed to provide adequate policy rationale for this fix. And the government may think it's adequate at 3:30 in the evening to have Senator McDonald sit here and try and bully me while I make a contribution. But, you know, well, and Senator Cash says she doesn't think anyone's really listening, so doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But the sad thing is that the last time the government tried this, and I think it was around about 5 hours, they eventually realised it wasn't really a good look and all went away, and they might want to consider that approach again, because there is still a range of general substantive matters that need to be addressed in relation to this bill. Now, I'm happy to talk to the government's First Amendment if it makes them feel happy. I'd be happy to make a contribution that dealt with all of it, but it's still not going to put those general questions away. They will still arise at some stage during the course of this debate. And we've covered some of them, but nowhere near all of them. Some of them we'll get to again when we look at the amendments that relate to timing, and there are several of those. Is the Minister and are the Greens actually suggesting that we should deal with the various amendments put forward about the timing of the implementation of these measures one by one with each of those amendments? Is that the suggestion? Or really, what is the justification for Senator Whish-Wilson or Senator Ludlam sitting there saying, you've got to be talking to the amendment? Senator Ludlam at least knows how legislation processes work. But before we go into any detail in relation to the government's 9 amendments, the point highlighted by the minister's failure to respond, Senator Conroy pointed out to himself, to Senator Wong, to myself, to Senator Day, to Senator Lambie, to Senator Muir, needs to be made, because it is an inadequate response from the government. It is an extremely inadequate response. I notice that the minister hasn't gone back to the, oh, you can't ask us to respond on whether behaviour would be lawful or not. Fancy asking that in consideration of a bill. How outrageous. Now, that was his first response. I know that response didn't come from the advisor's box. I know that one was just plucked out of his head. That's no way to proceed with legislative reform. No way at all. But it does highlight the chaos that has been this government's approach to dealing with this and some of the other matters that other senators have raised during this process. The other area, of course, senators will recall of non-answer have been the questions about the resources that will be available to the AEC and the government's failure to respond to the Senate's return to order there. And again, we had the typical example of Senator Cormann say, oh no, he's being misrepresented because I was complaining that he was trying to claim commercial in confidence without highlighting what the harm might be, and to claim that's a reason not even to give ballpark figures in relation to what resources the AEC would need to implement these changes that are the most significant changes to how we vote for the Senate in 30 years. Now, the more amusing answer to that one, and I think it was in response to another senator, not myself, was wait until estimates. So the minister's response to the Senate and the legitimate questions before the Senate is deal with them post facto in estimates. We might as well not deal with legislation in this place. Let's imagine this new world that the Greens have helped construct, where the government has the balance of power in the Senate. They won't have to deal with pesky committee stage considerations. No, hell, they can go back to what they did after 2004 and just ram it through. However, the amusing part of them just ramming it through, of course, is the lesson that at least John Howard learned about work choices, Eventually he learnt it, that's right. But in the enthusiasm of having the balance of power, they put through measures that this government would have put through in the 2014 budget had they been able, and now they will, thank you to the Greens. They would have put those measures through. But the lesson that John Howard learnt, of course, was he went too far. And the Australian public responded and booted them out. And this was despite the fact that they'd already backflipped, but a bit too long, a bit too late on work choices. They had done their backflip, but it was too late to impact on the public opinion about the excessive changes that they had allowed to occur to our fair workplace relations system. Well, it was worse than self-indulgence, Senator O'Neill. It was the ideological agenda and the arrogance that you see occur when parties like the Coalition have control in the Senate. And I made this comment in my earlier speech, although others here like to refer to issues like choice and democratic principles and the like. But the point that I made in my contribution is that I believe Australians actually value the Senate as a brake on executive government. I think that Australians appreciate having a Senate composition different in nature to that of the House that allows the Senate to act as a brake on government. Well, we may get a real chance, Senator O'Sullivan, to prove it, but under this fix, it'll be under your new system, which is rigged.
Order.
Your new system is rigged to generate that outcome.
Order.
And so we go back again to the minister's earlier comments where I think Senator Carr was very generous in saying that the minister, I can't recall the exact phrase he used, but was being disingenuous when he claimed that these measures are completely independent on when an election might occur. Well, they're not completely independent. We know with pretty much 100% confidence that Mr Turnbull will not be calling a double dissolution election if these measures don't succeed. We all know that. Now, I don't know the minister's idea on logical possibilities, but he doesn't seem to have a good grasp of it. We do know that Mr Turnbull won't go to a double dissolution election without these measures. What we also know, though, is the Greens have been complicit in delivering that possibility. And I was picked up earlier for referring to Senator Di Natale as the senator for half measures, but this gives me the opportunity to explain those half measures. Because, of course, when he scurried around concerned, because some of his own colleagues were concerned about the double dissolution implications, when he scurried around to try and work out what he might be able to fix and decided that a delay in the implementation was what would help, he only managed to get the delay to the 2nd of July. And we all know there are 3 further Saturdays by which a double dissolution could occur. So I don't know how he explained that in the party room. I don't know how he said to Senator Hanson-Young, look, I've at least been able to eliminate half of the potential double dissolutions. I really don't know how satisfying that was for Senator Hanson-Young. I can only assume it wasn't very satisfying because she's the one Green who hasn't spoken on the second reading of this bill. She's not been here as part of the Green team during the debate, and I don't blame her. I don't blame her at all, because she has been around long enough to understand the implications of what's going on for her in South Australia. Her scenario is, of course, that her leader, Senator Di Natale, has done a deal with the government, which will benefit Senator Xenophon in South Australia to her and her other colleagues' detriment. She understands that very clearly. And it would be an interesting place to be, the Greens party room, as they muse through this, because not only has the nature of the fix been highlighted, but the inadequacies of the process and of the issues that they've failed to address in this fix must be outright embarrassing. But then now to be stuck in a scenario where they have to allow hours of detailed consideration to highlight this point because they've assured the public at large that they won't gag. They won't gag. So, as I said at the outset of this process, we have been forced into an undesirable situation, which is we need to deal with these issues in a committee stage consideration before the Senate, the whole of the Senate, at this hour of night. And we need to do it in a way where we have people like Senator McDonald again.
Order. Senator Collins. Order. Senate. Order. I would remind senators that interjections are disorderly. Senator Whish-Wilson is on his feet and I'm looking to give him the call. Order. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Just like to remind the chamber and the Labor Party it's now 3:35 a.m. in the morning, and I ask the Labor Party to address the amendment before the chair, and then we have 37 more to go. Following that, time for student politics is over. Deal with the issue at hand. Deal with the issue at hand through you, Chair, and let's actually get on with doing the job that we're paid for, that the Australian people want us to do, which is actually look at the legislation, deal with a substantive debate, not the student politics that Senator Collins has been bunging on about for the last 15 minutes. Get on with the amendment, deal with a substantive debate, which
Senator
is very important.
Senator O'Neill.
Protect me, please, Chair. Protect me, please.
Senator
I'm being savaged by a very flaccid attack by the Labor Party on my right flank.
Senator Collins.
That's a word not many men like to hear, but that flaccid word is very, very powerful when it's used in the right context. I am interested in getting on with a substantive debate. Chair, I'm interested in getting on with a substantive debate. There's a lot to debate. There's a lot of detail we need to get through, and I ask the Labor Party to deal with the amendment before the chair. Put the politics aside. Let's get on with this.
Senator Conroy.
Respond very briefly. A number of senators, including Senator Day, have now actually attempted to address very specific questions, very specifically, and I did myself, very specifically. So if you'd like this debate to progress, why don't you take your new dance partner and say to him, how about you actually learn what's in the bill and answer the questions? Then we might be able to progress. Because we've now had 4 separate senators ask the same basic question about the legislation to the minister, and he's literally repeated the answer to a different question. So why don't you wander over there and have a word in his ear and say, how about if you want to actually progress it, Minister, you start answering some questions.
Address your,
my apologies, Mr Acting Deputy President.
Chair, please.
Acting Deputy Chair.
I'm the chair.
But
I'm not
to be lectured by Senator Whish-Wilson, who is simply running his own mini filibuster over in the corner, and instead of actually saying to the minister, for goodness sake, Minister, will you answer the question Senator Day, Senator Lambie, Senator Conroy and Senator Collins have asked, and Senator Wong has put the general proposition to you? Why can't you just answer the question? Do you have such lack of understanding of your own bill that you can't answer the simple question? I'll ask you one more time. And if he doesn't answer it this time, Senator Whish-Wilson, then don't whine and complain. Minister, will a party that advocates a one only in the box be captured by the provision that Senator Wong asked you about?
Minister. No. Very nice. Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to read.
Sorry. Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to read a quote from Mr Rogers from the Joint Standing Committee into Electoral Matters. It's not going to be very long. The quote is, however, if hypothetically someone did advise voters to vote one above the line, they would still be advising voters to vote formally. So in saying that, I can conclude it is not going to be an offence. Am I wrong, Minister?
The question is? Senator Collins.
An answer. There hasn't been an answer. But I am sorely tempted by Senator Whish-Wilson's comments to respond to the student politics issue. I never actually did participate in student politics, Senator Whish-Wilson, so it's hard for me to really understand the nature of that criticism. But the rest of your contribution was so bizarre I don't think I'll really bother trying to go there. But I will respond to your concern about the process and the hour. And again, I will move that the committee report progress and seek leave to sit again.
The question is that the committee report progress. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Lock the doors. The question is that the committee report progress. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McEwen-Teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby-Teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 36 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. Enjoy. Thank you.
Order. Could senators please make their way either to their seats or out of the chamber? Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the last occasion I highlighted fairly comprehensively the government's failure to respond to some quite significant issues, and perhaps the one quip. Sorry, what was that?
Ignore the interjection, Senator Collins. Proceed.
No, I'm not going to say it all again. No. No.
Senator Collins, please ignore the interjections.
Particularly from people not in their seats.
They're not in their seats. Quite a problem. No, the only additional remark I was going to make was the one that I forgot to make earlier, which was that if Senator Cormann actually responded to legitimate questions rather than playing on social media about representations of ours and the like, we might actually make some progress. So senators need to understand that whilst he's being asked legitimate questions by a number of senators and failing to respond, what's he doing instead? He's sitting there playing on his mobile, engaging with social media on unrelated issues such as the amount of time that's been involved so far and his misrepresentations in part on that point. But, as we know, we are at the first of government amendments on sheet JP 109. And because this amendment is in a sense definitional and relates to other amendments in this set, I'll deal with the opposition's position in relation to all of those amendments 1 to 9. And it won't surprise— oh, look, Senator Cormann's looking even happy.
Order.
Well, Senator Cormann, you give me the opportunity— no, he does give me the opportunity to reflect on some of the taunts and the helpfulness that has come from senators, because for those that can't hear the interjections, they are things such as Senator Birmingham saying, you're struggling, and Senator Fifield saying, why don't you just read the phone book? Well, for your edification, the best example, I think, on electoral reform and indeed a Senate filibuster was back in 1918, where a particular senator actually spent an enormous amount of time simply reading the bill. Now, I have not gone anywhere near that type of behaviour, and we have clearly highlighted where the government has failed to respond to very legitimate questions. So anyone following this consideration of this legislation very clearly understands the approach of the government, which is we've got our fix with the Greens and we're not answering. But let's go to the latest stage of that fix, because Senator Cormann got so excited when I said I was actually dealing with the set of government amendments that covers. Well, it's a very exciting time, apparently, according to Mr Turnbull. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting time to be Prime Minister, I'm sure. But it's not necessarily going to be an exciting time if you're a minor party senator following these measures, and I'm sure that that sentiment is sorely felt. So it won't surprise Senator Cormann that the opposition opposes the government amendments to this bill. It is difficult to say what is the most offensive about these amendments, the bungled handling of them in a procedural sense, or the poor public policy outcomes that they represent. Some of those issues we have covered to date, but Senator Cormann interjects, and why is that? And I can go back over some of them if he really wants me to, but I would have thought by now it's pretty clear. I look at my colleagues here and say, is that pretty clear? I would have thought so. So I don't know whether Senator Whish-Wilson is paying attention now, but it seems as if the minister is actually encouraging me not to deal with the amendments because he wants to go back over the issues about the poor process, the bungled handling of them in a procedural sense, and why it is we're here at 10 to 4 in the evening. And I could go through that again, but let me focus on the comments on these amendments, and firstly, that poor process. The fact that the government is being forced to suffer the indignity of amending its own bill in the Senate tells you everything you need to know about the shambolic handling of this legislation. I don't know that I've seen a bill that has actually got 4 versions of explanatory memorandums, the 2 in the House and the 2 here, and Senator Brandis sits there and sort of scoffs at the suggestion that this has been a shambolic process, but hell, you wouldn't have seen it under Senator Abetts's day. But we already know you wouldn't have seen the Greens deal under Senator Abetts's day either, don't we? And that Mr Turnbull only woke up to Senator Brandis in relation to the arts portfolio continues to entertain a lot of people in this place. But it's no surprise to us that this has been a shambolic process. This bill was the product of a dirty deal between the Liberals, the Greens and Senator Xenophon behind closed doors, which was cooked up, as I said, behind closed doors and is now being rammed through the Senate. They would like it lightning speed, but of course they're restricted by the Greens' rhetoric that there won't be a gag. Well, let me describe a version of a gag to the Greens, just so we get this bit on the record. This is what I call legislation by attrition, which of course ultimately is a gag, because you get senators like Senator Birmingham coming in and saying, oh, you're running out of puff, oh, you're running out of material, oh, you're going to run out, oh, Jacinta, you need more material. But we will continue to highlight the important issues in this debate. Oh, well, Senator Birmingham, you weren't listening to the discussion that just occurred, so let me give you a brief revisit to that, because we had questions that the minister failed to answer, not only from myself, not only from Senator Wong, from Senator Conroy, from Senator Lambie, from Senator Muir, from Senator Day and from Senator Carr, of course. but a failure to respond on a very critical issue that, as a South Australian, you should appreciate, because your legislation in South Australia does actually address this issue. And senators had a very important question that the minister has just refused to address. But these are not the only problems. The process of trying to move this through in lightning speed ahead of today's lengthy, or yesterday and today's, or in Senate terms today's lengthy debate, has meant that the drafting process has been problematic. The drafting of this bill was so rushed that it was only half complete when it was introduced into the parliament, and now the government is suffering the humiliation of amending its own legislation to rectify its policy failures. I would expect this incompetence from Senator Di Natale and his hapless democracy spokesperson, Senator Rhiannon, but you would hope that the government of the day would be able to do better. But I suppose I should have seen the signs of that, of course, when the minister, well, maybe it wasn't the minister, when the government chair refused to allow even the department to appear before the Senate inquiry, because if you can't have the department before the inquiry, what confidence can you possibly have about what adequate drafting processes might occur? But of course we're not even meant to be asking about things like drafting processes. Now, we've had some discussion earlier about the respected electoral analyst Malcolm McCarris, although I heard some scoffing from the other side at the time. But he said it best when he described the legislation as a filthy deal concocted by an unelected dud Prime Minister and the Greens, a party noted for its moral vanity. Now, Mr McCarris said that how many weeks ago was it?
It's not only moral vanity nowadays.
But I'm sure that was ahead of GQ, wasn't it? That statement was well ahead of GQ. And I have to say, I have never seen a political glamour shot go well. But that the Greens are just learning that, is an interesting example of what the problem here is, because there's lots of things that they are just starting to learn. Now, I have previously advised the Senate of my concerns about the farcical half-day JSCEM hearing into the bill. I raised concerns about the risk that the government was overlooking shortcomings in its own legislation and the unintended consequences that flow from rushed legislation. And by these amendments, the government has effectively admitted that I was right, that there were unintended consequences and oversights, certainly that they had to deal with in the House. Now, what other unintended consequences and oversights are there still within the legislation? And I think that that's a serious concern. It is shameful that this incompetent and panicked government is administering something as important as electoral law in such a shambolic function. And as I said, back in 1918, the response of one senator to that situation, as a government was trying to ram through electoral changes, was to spend an enormous number of hours through the night just reading the bill. So when people bleat that this has been a filibuster, that was a real filibuster.
Tell us more about that.
The challenge we have had and have dealt with effectively here is to highlight the inadequacies both in process and in outcome, and we make no apology for doing that and for continuing to do that. It may leave the Greens feeling uncomfortable because they've conspired with both this process and this outcome, but no, we will continue to do that. So when the government and the Greens issue the challenge, which is, oh no, we won't gag it, you'll have all the time that you want up until Easter, according to the minister, well, of course we're going to take the time to highlight the inadequacies involved here. Now, it's deeply disappointing that Senator Di Natale and some of his clueless colleagues on some important points are taking part in the contempt of the parliament and the Senate's role in scrutinising legislation and to holding the government to account. Senator Di Natale is so desperate to deal himself into mainstream political relevance that he is dealing his party out of the political values the Greens pioneer Bob Brown held so dear. Now, I've made earlier comparisons today to Senator Bob Brown, and I think they still apply now. Senator Di Natale is pretending to be this new reasonable moderate, but I have to say, Michael Kroger, when he met Richard Di Natale, must have thought all his Christmases had come at once. There's a reason the surname's Natale. All his Christmases must have come at once, is what Michael Kroger would have thought when he met Richard Di Natale. And of course, this deal is what highlights.
Senator Collins, yes. Senator Williams.
Twice in the last 30 seconds, so that Senator Collins has referred to the Leader of the Greens as Richard Di Natale. Ask her to correct it at his correct title, please.
I remind senators that they should refer to their Senate colleagues by their proper title. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. And if Senator Di Natale is concerned about being referred to by his proper name, I'm quite happy to refer to him as Senator Di Natale.
Senator Collins. Oh my goodness. Move along. Just, you have the call. Senator Collins.
Is called Richard. She knows. She was on her feet at the time you sat her down to tell us.
Order.
Thank you for that point, Chair. And perhaps, given the response that I just had, I should move that the committee report progress and ask leave to sit again.
The question is that the committee report progress. Those in favour say aye. Those in favour say no. I think the noes have it. Those in favour say aye. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. The aye division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Another rest for Jacinta. They're coming every 50 minutes. Did you?
Lock the doors. Question is that the committee report progress. The ayes will move to the right of the chair. The noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 38 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I had been led away in part by some of the distractions from our opposition response to government amendments 1 to 9, so I might return to conclude those. Now, I've moved. I think I can move on from some of the concerns with process to the policy arguments with respect to those amendments. Now, the government's amendments will lead to poor policy outcomes. The Australian Labor Party supports the current compulsory preferential system. Compulsory preferential voting means that 100% of the formal votes elect a senator or go to the 7th unsuccessful candidate in the race. No votes are wasted. No. And I encourage senators to look at the Hansard discussion we were having earlier about choice from Senator Cormann here. He, in my view, but we'll only know until we can actually see the Hansard, given the nature of this debate, was practically arguing for voluntary voting in his suggestion that people shouldn't be forced to vote for a number of parties more than what they might want to. And I encourage the Greens to consider the implications of the approach that Senator Cormann seemed to be indicating in response to the questions there and his fairly philosophical and possibly not considered government position on that point. Now, I note that Senator Xenophon is back here. He wasn't here at the time when I raised the issue that, given his earlier discussion about benchmarking and what standards we might want to test these measures to in the future, I returned to the issues that Senator Xenophon had raised and encouraged him to have a look at the discussion that had occurred some time earlier when Senator Cormann became quite philosophical about what things voters should be forced to do. And as I said, my reading of that contribution at the time, and we will only know when we get to see the Hansard, was he was practically moving a pretty strong way down the voluntary voting path. Now, that's certainly not the Labor Party's position. Our view is very clear. No votes should be wasted. Now, under optional preferential voting, large numbers of Senate votes will be exhausted from the count once their preferences run out. At the 2013 election, 3 million voters gave their first preference Senate vote to parties other than the Coalition, Labor, the Greens or the Xenophon ticket in South Australia. Under an optional preferential system, the vast majority of these 3 million votes would have been exhausted. That means nearly a quarter of the formal votes which were cast would not have counted towards the final result. Millions of Australians will be disenfranchised, and of course the concerns are compounded by the limited information we have about what education campaign may occur to these very significant changes in the way we have voted. Now, Chair, I note the interjections now that I'm just making it up. So I really am wondering, Senator Cormann, whether you want Labor to deal with the opposition's position in relation to this, or if you want to stray again off this and move on to concerns about this process, and that the front bench opposition senator isn't even able to outline the opposition's position in relation to the policy arguments with respect to these provisions without the type of heckling and interjections that are occurring. So maybe for the benefit of those senators, I'll highlight why it was I suggested we report progress on the last occasion. And I'm pleased that, Deputy President, you have stayed here, because the nature of the chairing was the issue on that occasion. I had been asked to sit down in the middle of my contribution regarding the opposition's position in relation to government amendments 1 to 9.
This is sad but
and
true.
when we sought to clarify from the temporary chair at the time what the issue was, he was no longer able to elucidate what the issue might have been.
I think he was actually too lucid.
And I was told to get back on my feet again. That was why I suggested that the committee report progress, because, of course, and this is the issue for you, Mr Deputy President, in your role with respect to being chairman of committees, that if we can't find temporary chairs that are able to function in the way we are at 4:15, added to the various interjections that are occurring, it is a problem. And it's a problem that I encourage the Greens to consider again when we go down the path of having to deal with legislation by attrition. I certainly highlight, Mr Deputy President, there is no criticism at all about the senator who was, like myself, attempting to function at 4:15 in the evening, or in the morning, I should say, but indeed highlighting—
Order. Just Senator Collins, just resume your seat. Senator Collins, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So, back to the policy arguments about how millions of Australians will be disenfranchised. And no, I'm not just making it up. The evidence before JSCEM, and Senator Wong was going to go through further quotes if other senators are obviously wanting further information to highlight, that the policy case is not as has been characterised by the government here. There are several criticisms about how millions of Australians will be disenfranchised. But sadly, this is no accident. It is in fact the intended outcome of the filthy deal cooked up behind closed doors by the Liberals, Greens and Senator Xenophon. This—
Order. Oh no, Michaela.
This filthy deal has nothing to do with the purported democratic interests of the Australian people or of putting the power back into the hands of voters. And that is obvious by the discussion that we've had so far. Listening to Senator Cormann's arguments about choice and what people should be forced to vote for highlighted that more than anything else could have. So I look forward to, in fact, Chair, this is perhaps a question that you might be able to assist the committee with, as to when we might have access to the Hansard and whether it might actually be available before we vote finally on this bill, because we have covered some significant areas of policy here, and indeed the capacity for people to revisit some of that discussion, I think, would be an important issue. But let's go back to what, in fact, this was designed to achieve, which was to maximise the number of senators elected by the major parties such as the Liberal Party, the established minor parties such as the Greens, the political party and the Nick Xenophon team. And that's clear by the government's own rhetoric. It doesn't quite say it that way. It instead describes it in terms of dealing with the micro-parties, but the consequence of that is pretty easy to see and pretty easy to read. It is designed to exhaust preferences early, so independents and so-called micro-parties are deprived of votes.
That's actually the plan.
It is the plan, and the government themselves have highlighted this point. The object of this filthy deal is to prevent new players from entering the Senate, thereby entrenching the electoral dominance of existing players. And the principal beneficiary of this new voting system will be the Liberal Party, which traditionally receives a high primary vote. And the Liberal Party's motivation for supporting this legislation is to achieve lasting electoral dominance in the Senate for the Conservative parties and, over time, a lasting Senate majority in their own right. Now, Senator Xenophon sees this as his best chance to increase his own representation in this place. And I don't think he's making any pretences there. And in particular—
Just resume your seat.
You need a dodgy system to stop people with more votes getting more seats. That is what your lack of understanding of the voting system is showing you. Like you are worried that people with more votes get more seats. That is what you just said. 75% of votes get up. You really don't have a clue. I don't know how you run the
Senator Collins.
Matthias has got it wrong again. Just ignore him.
Oh, well, yes, no, Senator Conroy, I understand that Matthias is seeking to misrepresent what's been here. He seems to have this incredible capacity to reconstruct. And this has in part been one of the problems with him responding to questions, because when he's asked a question, rather than respond to the question he's been asked, he reconstructs the question and answers a different question. That's what we've seen for hours on end here. But anyway, I was back to my point, which is that Senator Xenophon is making no pretences here. He sees this as his best chance to increase his own representation in this place, and in particular through the corralling of votes in South Australia, where he is personally very popular.
He is not. That is
Now,
not true.
Green senators from South Australia, Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Sims, will of course pay a high price for this proposal. A double dissolution election based on this legislation will spell the end for one or both of their political careers. Over time, Senator Xenophon will take both seats the South Australian Greens currently hold in this chamber. And Australians will be staring at a Senate controlled by the coalition. This is perhaps the most major point. People who are observing this process and commenting on their concerns in it continually say to me, my biggest concern with this Green coalition deal isn't best represented by you saying, think of work choices. What you really need to do is to remind people of what that means. Don't just say work choices. Everyone knows what work choices is, but what they don't necessarily understand is how work choices came about and what would have happened to the 2014 budget if this government had had control in the Senate. That is the main point people say to me to please highlight about this dirty deal. Now, the Labor Party opposes these government amendments, as I've indicated, just as it opposes this ill-conceived bill. And I say to Green senators, particularly those from South Australia, that I hope you understand that the biggest concern about this deal is what it will lead to in the future. After a double dissolution in July of this year, at least one of the South Australian senators will not be coming back, possibly both. Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Sims, or Senator Hanson-Young saying I'm already saying that. Well, yes, and I'll continue saying that because I think it needs to be very clear to the Australian Greens, the result, and their supporters, I should say, the result of this dirty deal. Because Senator Di Natale has scurried around and tried to compensate for the deal that he should have done, should never have done. He's tried to delay commencement but only gone halfway there, and he will still allow the double dissolution that this government so desperately wants if it can affect the Senate electoral reform. They only want to do it if they can control the outcome of what will occur in a double dissolution. And so, best highlighted here why we oppose these measures is Senator Cormann's earlier comments. He claimed disingenuously to us that there was no connection between these electoral reforms and whether there would be a double dissolution. How disingenuous! How disingenuous this whole process leading to these amendments. To even pretend that government considered these recommendations out of JSCM in the 64 minutes that there were. 64 minutes there were, Senator Wong, between when the committee tabled its report in the House and when Senator Cormann got up here in the Senate with his first reading speech and claimed that government had responded to the amendments. What a sham!
Senator, your time has expired and there are already clocks on the walls. Thanks, senators, and you might wish to resume your own seats. Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I've tried to get answers on a very contentious issue, and it seems the minister's lost his voice or something. So I'll make a bit of a contribution to this amendment. I have not got an answer at all, and I don't think the people of Australia will until this bill goes through and they realise what's actually happened. I will talk on this amendment a little bit, and what I believe this amendment is a sham amendment to a sham committee process, a committee process that took No, it did not take 2.5 years. You discussed the 2013 election, then you brought a bill forward. That's two different processes. You discussed the bill for 4 hours after taking submissions right up until the evening beforehand, and then getting a committee report out the evening that the committee hearing happened. I was at the hearings. I was actually at the hearings. Yeah, I contributed in this. I got to see how much of a sham process this really was. So I wasn't just sitting over the other side of the chamber and trying to make a little bit of noise about it. I've actually, I believe that this amendment, and I have read the amendment, Minister Cormann, it's in my hand. This amendment fixes an intentional flaw introduced into the bill. I believe that the below-the-line voting process was deliberately left out of the whole process to make it look like, oh look, we've found a problem in this really sham committee process and we're going to fix it. Most of Australia can see through that. They really can. The journalists up in the press gallery pick up on this. I believe it's been done to give the impression that the process was actually a democratic process, but it really was not. And especially we've got a party over to the left of me here which love to scream democracy. This is just absolutely shocking. However, in saying that, I'm somewhat supportive of this amendment, only because the seeming deliberate flaws actually need to be fixed. There's so many of them, but this amendment, I suppose, needs to go through, but it was set up that this was going to be the case. It doesn't really consider the difference in the number of seats that are up for election at a double dissolution. That's something that needs to be addressed further. It's not in this amendment. Funny that, hasn't been thought out properly. The process is a sham. It assumes that each above-the-line box is worth only 2 votes below the line, but based on the last election, that number should be closer to 2.5. I've actually got amendments which would address that, but it is oh so clear that there's no room for any amendments. There's a deal that's been done and nobody's budging anywhere, and that's going to come at the cost of the people that you're supposed to represent. In my amendments, I'd also allow the differences between half and full Senate election, which this amendment again seems to have missed. Perhaps if there had been an actual consultation period, a proper consultation period on the bill, like most other bills have, a committee, an actual successful involved committee process, these issues could have been addressed. We wouldn't be here at 4:30 in the morning on a Friday. Well, this process has had to happen because it's pointed out a whole heap of issues in a debate which the minister didn't even want to participate in. Perhaps if this had not been rushed for a political outcome, then these changes that were likely to be struck. Perhaps if this had not been rushed for a political outcome, then these changes that we would likely be stuck with for the next 30 years would have been thought through correctly. I feel that in this debate we have highlighted a fundamental flaw, probably likely to be deliberate, in the bill, where it won't be an offence to hand out misleading how-to-vote cards as a vote for a major party is not informal, but it would exhaust the vote for 1 in 4 voters. This whole process is a sham.
Minister.
I've just got to correct an assertion that Senator Muir has just made. He said that it would not be an offence to distribute misleading how-to-vote cards. It is an offence to distribute misleading how-to-vote cards. It will continue to be an offence to distribute misleading how-to-vote cards. Namely, that is exactly the prohibition and the penalties provided for in relation to any misleading and deceptive conduct in the context of casting a vote that is provided for in Section 329 of the Commonwealth Electoral Act.
Senator Muir.
So, Minister, if somebody then says vote 1 on a how-to-vote card, that's misleading. It doesn't represent what's actually written on the ballot paper. So did you just say on the public record that if you have a how-to-vote card that says vote 1 above the line, because it doesn't represent what's on the ballot paper, it's misleading?
The question is, Senator Xenophon.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think just before midnight yesterday, this issue was raised. Dr Kevin Bonham several times, numerous times, but it seems it hasn't been tested. I'm not sure what the provisions are in the ACT, because one above the line, even though there's an instruction to put 5 or 7 above the line, depending on which electorate you're in, is counted as a valid vote. Is it the case, is it the advice of the Electoral Commission that someone who advocates only vote 1 above the line would be misleading under section 329, or would it be fairer to say that it's something that really hasn't been tested, although it seems that anyone who is running for office will not be so silly as to advocate that, because it would be probably contrary to their own electoral interests?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Senator Xenophon. We have been going around and around and around and around this issue now for 7 or 8 hours. I think, and indeed, several senators who've repeatedly asked questions have quoted evidence from the Electoral Commissioner as if they didn't know the answer. Now, what I've said repeatedly, and I think that what you have agreed with, Senator Xenophon, in your contribution before midnight, is that in our judgment, the current prohibition of misleading and deceptive conducts in relation to casting a vote that is contained in section 329 of the Electoral Act, together with the guidance that is provided to voters on the ballot paper to vote above the line, to number 6 boxes between 1 and 6, together with the education campaign, which will inform voters on how to vote above the line in the Senate, together with the fact that, as you say, parties would be quite silly if they didn't try to provide information on how to vote to their voters consistent with what is on the ballot paper. We believe that there are sufficient safeguards in place now. As I've said to Senator Wong and to other senators, to Senator Bob Day and various other senators on repeated occasions, we don't believe that there is a case for further amendment and to include additional offences and penalties into this bill. We think that the current framework and the current policy and the current arrangements are adequate to ensure that voters are protected from misleading and deceptive conduct.
The question is that amendment number 1 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment number 1 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Bushby teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart teller for the noes. Order. There being 42 ayes and 17 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I move the second government amendment, which relates to the same issue which I have previously talked to. So I commend the amendment to the Senate, which continues to help give effect to the government's commitment to introduce a form of optional preferential voting below the line, where guidance is provided to voters to fill in at least 12 boxes below the line in order of their preference from 1 to 12.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I think there's been a great deal of discussion in here, particularly from Senator Cormann, about filibustering being conducted. And I wanted to put some remarks on the record around that issue this evening.
Senator O'Neill, just resume your seat.
Let me show you a filibuster. Here's one that I prepared for you. Never repeat your opponent's accusation. That's rule number 1. 11 hours from the beginning of the committee stage to vote on the first amendment. I tried for 6 years to get Benny Wong to answer questions. I failed. I failed. Oh, no, you didn't. You didn't.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And the comments that were made by Senator Cormann really are a cheap shot to obscure the fact that the Special Minister of State has been avoiding answering questions from multiple senators for many, many hours, from Senator Collins and other opposition senators, and indeed from Crossbenchers, Senator Day, who has been sitting here for several hours, Senator Muir, who's been in the chamber throughout this long, dark night, that go to the legitimate and important questions of the content of this bill and of the government amendments. Now, in light of Senator Cormann's contribution, I thought it would be a good idea to familiarise myself with some of the history of filibustering of debates. It's always used in such a pejorative way.
Senator O'Neill, just resume your seat.
Let's have a history lesson. You're not being self-aware. This is a great moment of self-awareness. We're helping you to fill in your time.
I think everyone's waiting for you to shut up.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And I will take the interjection of the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, who said, "Oh, we should just go home." And that is exactly what this government would like us to do, just for us to go home, just to let this filthy deal between the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Green Party go through without the scrutiny that it deserves. But we will not allow that to happen. We will stay here and make sure that scrutiny is provided. And that is why I think it's important to understand what the purpose of this long conversation through the night is. Of course, filibustering is something that we often associate with our counterparts in the United States of America, in the Senate there. And the filibuster technique is a relatively common experience in the United States, and it can be used merely as a delaying tactic to prevent the passage of legislation. Now, we know that in the current political landscape, Senator Ted Cruz is subject to scrutiny right across the world at the moment, and he made a very famous 21-hour-long speech in the Senate on the 24th of September 2013. So perhaps we're only just warming up. But one thing is, we're not going home, Senator Brandis. We're not going to let you just go through this process without the scrutiny that you deserve. Now, the word filibuster, I'm indebted to Campbell Rhodes at the Museum of Australian Democracy at Old Parliament House for his research here, comes from the Spanish word, which is filibustero, which itself is derived from a Dutch word called by the name of vrijbuter, which means pirate or privateer. Now, some people might think that this was appropriate for an act which effectively hijacks the legislature for a period of time, and Senator Cruz's attempt, while not a genuine filibuster in that it wasn't going to delay any legislation, it made headlines around the world because he read from, among other things, that very, very popular children's story by Dr. Seuss, Green Eggs and Ham. Now, we haven't seen anything of that ilk this evening. We've had attempts by many senators to actually get serious questions on the record and to have some answers to those questions. Indeed, the very important question is it legal or illegal at the upcoming election, after this piece of legislation gets through, will it be illegal or illegal to hand out a how to vote that says just vote one? We cannot get a straight answer out of the relevant minister. He simply refuses to answer that question. Now, Senator Cruz's effort in the Senate of the US Senate was possible because the rules of the American Senate actually don't require speakers to stay on topic. Now, Mr Rhodes highlights a great filibuster in the Australian Parliament, and this one that I'm going to refer to actually occurred in 1918. It happened when Senator Albert Gardner, the Labor leader in the Senate, spoke for an exhausting 12 hours and 40 minutes from 10 p.m. on the 13th of November until the following morning. So we've got our own particular and important democratic history to review this evening. And I thought, it is the pre-dawn hour, sometimes I think in the darkest part of the night, the deepest part of the night. What do they call it? Sparrow's fart. Is that what you call it? Okay, very interesting. But this is sometimes called the witching hour, just before the dawn, and there is a dastardly deed being cooked up in the tradition of Macbeth with the participants. We've got the witches reframed this year. Instead of three old hags, we've got the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Green Party, the three of them throwing bits into the mix, cooking up this ugly spell to cast across the nation, put them all in the Soma zone, knock out the consciousness of Australia and just have 25% of Australian people's votes disappear into the rubbish bin of history. That's what we're fighting here tonight, and we will not relent. We will not relent in our attack on this shameful attack on the democracy of this nation. Now, let's go back to 1918 when we consider that—
Just resume your seat, Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. And let's return to that fateful night in 1918. The 12-hour, 40-minute contribution from 10 p.m. by Senator Albert Gardner. And he was speaking, and senators might begin to see some more relevance here. I know that the other side are mocking it. They're in their sleep-deprived state here, where they pretend that they're leading the nation. This might provide them with a bit of education, because there is a parallel with the speech of Senator Albert Gardner and what we're actually attempting to undertake tonight. And that is that he was speaking on the Commonwealth Electoral Act, which introduced preferential voting, and he read the entire bill to the chamber as his fellow members did what's been going on here tonight. Some dozed, some strolled off for a bite to eat, and some stayed. And I do want to acknowledge in this contribution that there is one member of the general public, an unknown observer, who has sat here through the entire evening to watch this debate unfold. He's an unknown watcher, but his symbolic presence is very, very powerful. Because while the rest of Australia sleeps, some people will be watching, perhaps not the Fairfax journalists who are fighting their own fight now, but this is a debate that should be watched, and it's one that should not be cut short by the dirty deal that is being undertaken by those opposite. Senator Gardner, in his contribution in 1918, nearly 100 years ago, did not actually speak continuously for 12 hours because he was frequently, as I indeed have been in my contribution this evening, this morning, don't know what quite to call it, in this witching hour, he was interrupted frequently. But nonetheless, his mammoth effort resulted in a new standing order being adopted the following year, limiting speech times to 20 minutes. Now, I went back and familiarised myself with some of the Hansard of Senator Gardner's efforts, and I was struck by some interesting comparisons that are relevant to the current debate. Now, Gardner started his filibuster in response to the government of the day trying to gag debate on an electoral bill. the original Commonwealth Electoral Act of 1918. Now, this is quite salutary, really, so those on the other side should pay attention. And I'm glad that their guffawing has stopped for a moment, because what they're attempting to do here is no joke. This is not a laughing matter. This is an abuse of process of the Senate at every level. It was abuse in the inquiry level. It was an abuse at the level where the mock
Senator
meeting
O'Neill,
of the committee.
just resume your seat. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. It was an abuse at the mock. It was an abuse at the mock committee that was undertaken not far from here in the main committee, over on the other side of the building, when, with unseemly haste, they pushed through a fake inquiry. And I note Senator Collins' comments earlier this evening. You know, we've been standing up and asking for answers to questions on notice. We've been asking people traipse through our office, people who are good people in this Australian country, lobbyists who are coming in begging us to push the government to answer some of their core questions. People from the childcare sector who are waiting for responses to reports. People who represent the mentally ill in our community, who are suffering incredible cuts at the hands of this government. People who come and say, why will the government not respond to the report that has been with them for 18 months? But instead of 18 months waiting for a response to this important piece of legislation, the most significant—
Senator O'Neill, resume your seat. Senator O'Neill.
So instead of handling this significant piece of legislation with some respect, they let other reports languor.
Senator O'Neill, resume your seat. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. And look, personal barbs from the other side might provide some entertainment for them, but I'm actually here with the Labor Party standing up for the principles that we believe in and the scrutiny that should have been allowed to happen with this bill, and to understand the impact of what this is doing to our country is worth paying attention to. Senator Gardner, in his filibuster in response to the government trying to gag debate in the original Commonwealth Electoral Act of 1918, was responded to by Senator Pearce, the Minister for Defence at the time. He was moved so much that the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the bill being passed through all its remaining stages without delay. Now, Senator Pearce said, and I quote, "The government proposes that if this motion is assented to, the first reading, which is purely formal stage, shall be taken tonight, and that then the minister shall make his speech in moving the second reading, after which the debate shall be adjourned until tomorrow. There is justification for this course in the fact that the bill contains no principles that are new to the community. All its principles are well understood, and many of them are in operation in various states of the Commonwealth. Honourable senators are, in fact, thoroughly familiar with the provisions of the bill, and the debate on the second reading may therefore well proceed to tomorrow." Now, how many times this evening have we heard about the fact that when it comes to this bill, all its principles are well understood? That's the kind of language that we've heard from Senator Cormann, and that many of them are in operation in states in the Commonwealth like New South Wales and Queensland, because the contempt that this government has for this chamber is just asking everyone here to wave it through, to let them have their way, to wave this through without scrutiny. At 10:30, in response to this arrogant attempt to bring on the bill, Senator Gardner commenced his attack, and he said, and I quote, "I ask the minister not to adopt this unreasonable attitude in regard to such an important measure as bill providing for the representation of the people after 10 o'clock at night." And I draw the Senate's attention to the time on the clock now, which is 5 minutes to 5, and we are going to continue this process of holding this government to scrutiny. And this is what Senator Gardner had to say. "We're asked to suspend the standing orders in order to allow the bill being passed through all its stages with the rapidly desired by the President by the government. The minister, in moving this motion, gave no information which would justify such a drastic action. The existing scheme of conducting elections has stood the test of 16 years' experience, and surely at 10 o'clock at night the government can well afford to deal with an alteration of the system in the ordinary course of parliamentary business without resorting to the extraordinary procedure of suspending the standing orders. Senator Gardner continued, "The minister said that the bill introduces no new principle." That is what we have heard again here this evening in this shameful and embarrassing push by the government. Senator Gardner said, "I venture to say that the explanation of the government's desire for expedition in dealing with the bill is that it contains a new principle which they wish in a hurry to adopt in time for the coming by-election." And here we go. That is the very great principle of securing the representation.
Senator O'Neill, just resume your seat. Senator O'Neill.
Senator Brandis declares that he's transfixed, but I tell you what's gone on. There's a transgression that's happening here. That's what's happening here. A transgression of justice, a transgression of scrutiny and a transgression of democracy in this nation, where this unseemly push to push this legislation through is an embarrassment that will go on in history. And in 100 years, people will reflect on this night and they'll see the similarities to the disgraceful way in which the abuse of the power of government has been used on this evening. Senator Gardner continued his comments where he said, "The minister has overlooked the fact that it's because he desires this new principle to operate in an election that will take place in a few weeks that he's moved for the suspension of standing orders. Is it not beneath the dignity of the National Party of Australian Parliament that the standing orders should be suspended at this hour of night in order that, for the party purposes, a split vote at the coming election may be avoided?" Here, Senator Gardner belled the cat.
Your time has expired. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I never thought— I am wide awake. I never thought I'd hear myself say this, and I might need to share that same acid bath as Senator O'Sullivan, because I never thought I would ever miss Senators Milne or Senator Brown. Now, I know what I've just said. I can assure everyone I am stone cold sober. There are no illegal drugs in my system, but I am certainly missing Senators Brown, and I've forgotten the name. What was the other one? Milne. That's right. Thank you, Senator Milne. Because I'm sure, as God made little green apples, that Senators Milne and Senators Brown would never, ever, ever have entered into a contract that we've seen Senator Di Natale take that gaggle over there to that side of the chamber and strike a backroom grubby deal that will, whether you like it or not, through you, Mr Deputy President, that mob in the corner there, ably backed up by Senator Xenophon, will be held responsible for thousands and thousands of Australian workers, particularly in the hospitality and retail sectors, who predominantly are part-timers, casuals, students, kids, who absolutely count on an overtime rate, a penalty rate, should the government decide to continue their push to get rid of penalty rates. I hope you will feel so proud if the magic number of 38 senators on that side, plus one Senator Xenophon, will deliver the blow to working people. Now, you can sit there and you can warble as much as you like. The truth of the matter is the Greens will go down in history, and you will be so proud of what you will give the government over here, the coalition, the opportunity
to screw the living daylights out, particularly out of casuals, part-timers and kids who rely on those penalty rates. You'll also, and this is another, I'll tell you, this is another problem, you'll also be proud to say that you'll be able to deliver the abolition of the RSRT to Australia's truck drivers. Congratulations. What a wonderful effort. And when we get flooded in this country, which we saw before when the previous Prime Minister, Mr Abbott, was pushing that Chinese free trade agreement, that you know damn well that we will be flooded with Chinese workers or foreign workers at lower this is true, at lower rates of pay. Through you, Mr Deputy President, they know darn well a scourge on our nation during the mining construction boom was foreign workers that we couldn't even tell what they were being paid. So it brings me round to this, and I am so glad, Mr Deputy President, that Senator Di Natale, in between turtleneck shoots, is in the chamber, because the previous Dr Di Natale will be able to correct me if I'm wrong when I refer to what I'm seeing in this chamber, very similar to a certain medical procedure. I'm actually witnessing in my mind, and I've sat here patiently, Mr Deputy President, I'm witnessing a political colonoscopy. I just said it, Senator O'Sullivan, colonoscopy. Okay? I'll give you a copy of it here. So, for those of you who don't know what a colonoscopy is, Senator Di Natale, help me out if I get this wrong. I had to go to a Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist for the Herald, and his name is Mr Dave Barry, and I think he gave the best account of a colonoscopy, because I've actually had one, and I was wide awake. So I really get this. How brave's that? Wide awake. Because I didn't want to wake up with them doctors giving me a surprise. I wanted to hear what they were saying. So Mr Barry starts, Mr Deputy President.
Senator...
Not me. Wide awake. Wide awake.
Senator Still, just resume your seat. Senator Sims, were you seeking... Oh, you're not seeking the call? Well, Senator Still, you have the call.
I'm going to go into a medical procedure here. I'm going to look at Dr Di Natale for some...
Senator Still, resume your seat. Senator Cormann on a point of order.
Just on a point of order, and I know that this can be at times wide-ranging debates, but I'm not quite sure how Senator Stirl's colonoscopy relates to the amendment before the chair.
I do have the amendment in front of me, and just in case senators are not aware, the question before the chair is that Government Amendment number 2 be agreed to, and I'd ask senators to address their remarks to the amendment. Senator Still.
To it. Thank you, Mr Deputy President. But I've got to get this is the analogy that I'm getting in my head here, watching this. So I've got to tell you about Mr Barry. So he says he called his friend Andy Sable, a gastroenterologist, to make an appointment for a colonoscopy. A few days later in his office, he says Andy showed him a coloured diagram of the colon. He said a lengthy organ that appears to go all over the place and at one point passing through Melbourne.
Yes, Senator Cormann.
So the amendment before the chair deals with the proposal of the government to introduce a form of optional preferential voting below the line. It doesn't relate to medical procedures that Senator Stirl is describing at great length and in some great detail, beyond what I'm sure most senators in the chamber would be interested in. So I would like you to draw him to the question before the chair.
Senator Moore?
On the point of order, Mr Deputy President, in terms of the process, the senator is trying to make a point. He's actually tried 3 times to say he was moving towards his argument. I think the least we can do is give him the opportunity to develop the argument he's got and move through. And actually, I'm really interested to see how he makes this argument, Mr Deputy President.
Senator Stirl, I do remind you of the question before the chair, and I would expect you very shortly to get to the amendment in front of us. Thank you. Senator Sterle.
Mr Deputy President, for you I promise I'll get there, but I have to just go through this because it will lead to the amendment in front of us. So as I said, before I was rudely interrupted, he said it was a lengthy organ that appears to go all over the place and at one stage passed it through Melbourne. Then Andy explained the colonoscopy procedure to him through reassuring and patient manner. He said he nodded thoughtfully, but he didn't really hear anything he said because his brain was shrieking he's going to stick a tube 17 feet up where. So he left Andy's office with some written instructions. In your case, maybe a little bit longer. And a prescription for a product, and he got a prescription for a product called Mobi Prep. I'm getting to it.
Senator
big
Sterle,
sook.
Defying your order, Chair.
Senator Sterle, I think we have now sort of passed my ability to give you much more time. I really think we should move on if you can, Senator Sterle. Senator Sterle.
Mr Deputy President, this is grossly unfair because I'm seeing in my mind something very similar with this bill to a colonoscopy. And why can't I explain? Why am I going to be denied? I've sat here patiently since 2:30 this morning. Haven't opened my mouth. Haven't said a word. Had a little bit of frivolity across the chamber, and you're trying to shut me down.
Well, Senator Sterle, Senator
Don't
Sterle,
give me orders, you big Belgian waffle.
Senator Sterle, resume your seat.
You're a bunch of sooks.
I am a little bit concerned where this might be heading, but and there was a long discussion before any amendments were moved, which allowed for a general discussion about the bill. But we have now moved on to amendments, and I would ask you to come to the amendment. Senator Sterle.
Mr Deputy President, I am coming to the amendment, but it's all right for this mob over there to just sit there and not even answer questions when Senators Carr, Senators Collin, Muir, Day, I'm sitting here watching them. I couldn't believe it. They asked a very simple question about a one above the line, and that minister there, Minister Cormann, was that rude he wouldn't even answer it. And they want to have a crack at me. And I just wish it was later in the day so all the Australians could hear the rudeness, the absolute rudeness. What are you laughing at? You think that's clever, do you? I'll take that interjection. You think that's really clever. So I told you, Senator Rhiannon, you're going to go down in history with what you have done with your grubby little deal. And in fact, what even makes it worse, Mr Acting Deputy President, I want to remind Senator Rhiannon as well. This is a person who, what did you garner in your first vote when you entered the upper house? How much was it? 2 point something? Less than 3%? But you want to pull the trapdoor up behind you now that you're here, and you think this is fine. And this is as hypocritical as, through you, Mr Deputy President, of Senator Xenophon's motives here. I think he came in through the upper house with about 3% as well. So it's very typical what we see of the political class sitting in this chamber. It's all very well for them to garner the system, to use the system, to get in here, and they want to pull the trapdoor up behind them, run across there and do one of the grubbiest deals. And as I've said very clearly, I will make sure that every working Australian will know who is responsible for when they lose their penalty rates. And you can throw as many amendments up as we like. The truth of the matter is the Coalition and the Greens are sticking together like glue. I was going to say glue. Couldn't think of the word. And you're so proud of yourselves. I feel absolutely disgusted. Those, now you can all have a crack at me here, those who couldn't wait to take money off unions, those who have happily put their hands out to
Senator Sterle, I'm going to again ask you to come back to the amendment before the chair. No, well,
when are you going to
Senator Sterle, resume your seat. It's been a very long night and a long morning, and I would ask all senators to have some patience and to remember that senators should be courteous to one another in this debate. Senator Sterle, you have the call.
As I was saying, Mr Acting Deputy President, and I cannot get this, I can't let this go, because Senator Rhiannon attacks me, Senator Di Natale, and I don't mind. I'm looking forward to having a shower and a cup of coffee. But if you think I'm going to be silent because of the grotty deal that you lot have done under your leadership, the Greens, with this lot over here, no. And I was saying before, this mob here gladly took funds from unions to say we will be the champions of working people. Well, I'm going to tell you this, okay? I had the privilege of addressing a CFMEU gathering the other day in Perth. Fantastic. I was with real people.
Senator Still, resume your seat. Senator Seward on a point of order.
We've been extremely patient with a whole lot of comments that have been made in this place, but, Chair, Senator Sterle is defying your ruling again and continuing on this same line of comment that you have clearly already brought his attention to needing to address the amendment before the before the Senate.
Senator Conroy.
Okay. I would accept that earlier perhaps Senator Sterle was taking a very broad definition. But I think Senator Sterle is absolutely on message in exposing this filthy deal. And he's not going to let you try and gag him in the chamber. He is entirely relevant to the amendment that is before us and the motivation that is put— I haven't finished. Sit down. This is not the Wiggles. Sit down. Okay, it's not a concert for the Wiggles.
Senator
Sit down.
Conroy,
I haven't finished my point of order.
You have the call.
Thank you. I've got the call. Okay? So this is absolutely relevant to what is behind the Greens' disgraceful, shabby deal to get themselves more bums on seats. Senator Sterle is addressing— I accept the earlier points. He may perhaps have been a little broad, but everyone's been a little broad today. But today, right now, he is absolutely relevant to this piece of legislation and the motivation which has driven the Greens to look after themselves at the expense of their principles.
Thank you, Senator Conroy. Senator Di Natale, did you want to speak to the point of order? Thank you. So, again, I do just remind senators of the question before the chair, and I'd ask and encourage senators to make their comments relevant to that question. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And to the point, clearly this is what, the fifth attempt to try and fix up this schmozzle? This is what it's all about. I mean, how can you have 5 goes at it because you couldn't get it right? You embarrassed yourselves, but you're that arrogant at times. I can't believe you're that arrogant. It wouldn't have happened in the Howard government, but it's happening here, that you have a half a day— was it half a day inquiry? And within 64 minutes, was it, the minister was in here bragging about how great an effort they've made? This is the point, Mr Acting Deputy President, which I was getting to. I was getting to that, Mr Deputy President, before they all started getting out the tear ducts going. It is absolutely embarrassing. But the arrogance of thinking that the government, because they've got their mates over there, they're all in bed together with their jammies all buttoned up, but they don't have to do the hard work. They don't have to go out there and sell it. Don't have to tell the truth. They don't even, in the minister's view, Mr Acting Deputy President, have to even answer senators' questions. Now, you can treat the Australian Labor Party with all the contempt that you want to. But what is disgusting is I'm sitting here in my chair and keeping my mouth shut. You couldn't even have the decency, Minister Cormann, to answer Senator Day's questions. You didn't even have the decency to answer Senator Lambie's questions. You had no decency when Senator Muir was trying to ask it. And from this side of the chamber, and if people could see your behaviour, you would actually sit back and think, why did I come across as being so arrogant and so rude? And it wasn't clever at all. As I say, you can whack us, that's fine. And I just want people to see that. And that mob in the corner, if you thought that was a good look too, you have completely lost whatever political morals you've had. And you can't defend it. And Senator Seward can jump up and pull the harp out and start saying that we're sick of hearing all this because the truth does hurt. I've learnt that. You're all guilty, and you're up at the same election as me, Senator Seward. And we've already heard some of the experts who have said the Greens have gone into this with their eyes wide shut. And they actually mentioned, through you, Mr Acting Deputy President, while we're having numerous attempts to try and fix this shocking legislation that you're trying to put through, that Senator Seward, you could be one of the ones that's out of here at the next election. You could very well be. And it could be Senator Ludlam. And you know, it's getting even better because the experts even said in South Australia, this could be the end of Senator Sims. It could be the end of Senator Hanson-Young. I don't know. But when you stand up there and get all cranky because the truth's hitting you, I've sat in here 11 years with you. I haven't agreed on a lot of things with you. But one thing I could always say through you, Mr Acting Deputy President, the Greens were a protest party and you knew where they sat. But you never, ever, or we never would have seen previous Senators Brown and Milne doing any deal like this. You have to own up to the consequences that you are delivering to working class people. And I say this one more time, and I have to say this one more time. The amount of students who rely on their penalty rates in working in pubs or in restaurants, in the retail and hospitality industry. And I've got to tell you, my old mate sitting to the left of me is the expert in retail, not me. And I don't think many of Senator Bullock's members will go out there and thank the Greens for giving the government the opportunity, should they design. I'm not making this up because the government, many government senators have made speeches in this place. I remember Senator Canavan, I think was the last one, talking about moving penalty rates. This is not something that Stirl's making up. And you should keep your heads very low. In fact, you should keep your heads in here. If you've got half a moral fibre in your body, I don't know how you're going to go back to Western Australia, Senator Siewert, because I'm going to have so much pleasure telling everyone in Western Australia they can thank Senator Siewert. And you can give me the death stare and the hairy eyeball as much as you like, Senator Siewert. The truth of the matter is you are up to here in it. You are right up to here. You are guilty as charged. And Senator Ludlam. In fact, there was a rumour that this was just Senator Di Natale and Senator Whish-Wilson and the rest was shut out of it. No, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. You are all tainted with the same brush. So to go back to my original argument here, I think we should keep what someone said, that Senator Cormann flexed out the chest and said we'll be here to Easter. And it doesn't worry this side of the chamber, I can tell you right now, because there's more people that hear what you are proposing, and you couldn't even get it right the second time. You couldn't get it right the third time. You couldn't get it right the fourth time. How many more times? Well, you don't have to have any more times because we've seen the way that Mr Cormann and the Greens are going to do this. It is just a raw numbers game, and we know it's going to happen. You'll bring it out. You're going to bring the gag on. That's fine. You may as well. I'm not inviting to you. You may as well, because the Greens have assisted you in gagging everything else that was so precious to the Greens. Marriage equality. Voted the. Oh, come in, Spinner. Fantastic. The big marriage equality advocates. Over the other side of the chamber, they went with the government. Hey, well, what? And you think this is a fantastic look. I really, really wish that this was broadcast not just on ABC or APAC now and again. I really wished it was broadcast through the commercial channels so many, many Australians can see the turncoat attitude of the Greens party and Senator Di Natale, and when you say one day you're going to be a party in government, my goodness me,
Senator,
it's getting better every week.
Senator Conroy.
I'd like to address an issue. Believe it or not, there is actually more than the gentleman who has sat through the evening with us here tonight in the gallery listening. I've actually had an email from someone a little while ago who would like to get the minister to explain why, if a voter has to mark at least 6 boxes above the line, why then are Senate voters also not required to vote for at least 36 below-the-line boxes for a half-Senate election and 72 below-the-line boxes for a full Senate election? What's the rationale for picking 12?
Minister.
Well, what would be the rationale to require a voter to fill in 36 or 72 boxes below the line? The criticism that has been made, and I note that all of the crossbenchers present, incidentally, as well as the Greens, supported the government's First Amendment, which sought to introduce a form of optional preferential voting below the line. Now, the initial Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters recommendation was that the requirement or the instruction below the line should be to ask voters to number the equivalent number of boxes to the number of vacancies. So at a half-Senate election for that to be 6, a full Senate election for that to be 12, and for a Senate election in the territory for that to be 2. Now, a view was put to us, and a view that we accepted, and a view that was ultimately reflected in the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters report in, just the other week in 2016, that you should actually require voters to preference more than just the available number of vacancies in order to ensure that preferences are passed on beyond that initial group of candidates in that initial ticket. And that is actually something that favours minor parties, with all of the sort of discussion and criticism that there has been of this reform, how this is supposedly bad for minor parties. Now, we have accepted the recommendation of 12. The current arrangement is that voters have to, of course, compulsorily fill in every single box, and the proposition that has been put to us is that that is too cumbersome. There is a savings provision in relation to current below-the-line voting, which says that you need to have at least 90% of the boxes below the line filled accurately, with not more than 3 errors in sequence. We believe that the arrangement that we're proposing is simpler, and of course it encourages more people to express a preference for individual candidates below the line, instead of having 97% of voters vote above the line, as they did at the last election. So we believe we got the balance right, and I gather that every single party represented in the Senate, other than the Labor Party, supports the government's judgment in relation to this. And we do know, of course, that the further government amendments, the amendments 2 to 9 on our sheet, are essentially linked to that exact same proposal. So what the Senate has already voted in favour of in terms of our first amendment is given proper effect to in our further amendments 2 to 9.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Just a very brief question. I think the Minister just asserted that 1 and 2 and perhaps some others are designed to encourage voters to vote below the line, and I'm inquiring as to whether the government has made any assessment or can provide any advice of the change in voting patterns it anticipates as between above and below the line.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As I've previously indicated, it is not possible to predict future voter behaviour. Future voter behaviour is something that will be able to be assessed after the next election. What we do know, though, is that by making it simpler and easier for people to express a preference below the line, that it stands to reason that we can reasonably assume that more people will choose to take that option. If you make it less cumbersome, I assume that more people will take advantage of that opportunity. Now, to what extent will they do so, we'll find out at the next election, and we'll be able to have that conversation at that time. But the key focus of our reforms is to empower voters to determine what happens not only to their first primary vote, but also to their preferences, whether they're voting above the line or below the line. Above the